really appreciate it. So we have a few people online. So I just wanted to say a couple of words about why we're here, and then introduce some of our other folks who are going to come in and tell you that we'll talk a little bit about Salve Regina and your mission, CIEE, our mission. I think there's a lot of really interesting alignment that along the way. We're both very mission oriented. So with that, welcome and thank you. All right, so why are we here? And this has been a kind of an ongoing journey for a lot of us. And I'm an educator. I teach at NYU. I'm with CIE now 3 years. And one of the issues that we think about a lot is how can we teach better, if you will, and more and more digital technology and digital education is coming into our lives. Sometimes not so easily, right? And sometimes, and what we'll see here potentially is that it can actually amplify and help teach both in the classroom and online and hybrid models. So we have a number of folks who will come and talk to us. There's a lot of work going on with respect to online courses. MOOCs are still out there, and they're pretty. They found their niche. I mean, the idea of that MOOCs are going to come in and disrupt education hasn't quite gotten there, but they found their place, and there were some interesting learnings there that have come back into education and are now making their way into traditional online and hybrid education. Learning analytics is an evolving practice. We're still trying to figure out what that is. How do we know that a learner is actually getting it? And that remains a challenge. I think we'll see some interesting stories today from experiences at a number of locations. But I know Charlie Camarda, who will come up and talk, did some work in Finland, and have done quite a bit of work around learning analytics and using data to provide agency to the student to really do their own kind of, take responsibility for their learning path, which is a really kind of interesting idea. So where are we going? And some of the things that we found is undergraduate online is a challenge. And can we find ways to make that easier and better? We seem to see a lot of work going towards graduate online programs, and online certificates seems to have taken a bit more hold, but undergraduate remains a big challenge for us. And then more importantly, where do we want this to go? If we had one thing to take away today, if you had a magic wand, what would we like to see education look like, especially blending in digital education? And as I mentioned, we'll hear a little bit about work in Finland and Sweden. We have some folks here who can talk a little bit about intelligent adaptive assessments and assessment models, real-time analytics, how they can be used to provide both the instructor and the learner with information that can help them correct problems real time, right? We don't have to wait for a midterm or a quiz. And that has a profound impact on the learner if they can correct their problems early on. And then ultimately increase student agency, letting the student take more responsibility to guide their path. So, some of these are highlights of things that you'll probably hear about today from the different groups. Here is our folks that are going to be presenting today. Charlie Camarda flew on the return to flight mission STS-114 and spent a good part of his career promoting and helping education and innovation grow at NASA, and he'll have a lot of interesting things to say, some good and some bad, perhaps, but I think good lessons about how to, what education means to an organization like NASA or Boeing or and where we can make a difference as educators. We have John Katzman, who came in overnight from Atlanta. His flights were delayed, missed the flight, and so he's been traveling all night. He's actually on his way here by Uber, so he'll be here soon. And he's a he's a founder of Noodle Partners in New York, was the CEO of Princeton Review, and wrote a best-selling book called Cracking the SAT. So he'll be talking to us about pedagogy. Diego Zapata from the Educational Testing Service is managing principal research scientist, and we've had some really interesting conversations around intelligent adaptive assessments and where the technology is going with respect to how assessments can help create better agency for students. Sasha Dietrichson, founder of X-Ray Learning Analytics, which is now owned by Blackboard, I think, and has another startup now working on analytics in general. So the idea that machine learning and AI can help improve the way we deal with data, I think, is ready. It's prime time, and we're excited about how that can be used for education. And Sharif Saman, who he's CEO of Business Transformation Technologies, worked at NYU for 25 years. So he built campuses overseas, Abu Dhabi, Shanghai, and our main campus at NYU. So he brings a lot of experience in terms of technology, broad technology. So that's who we'll be talking to in a little bit. So in terms of questions, what we'll like to do is we'll have a Q&A at the end from 4:15 to 5. But each speaker, as they come up and talk a little bit, it'll be up to them to take questions or not. So we'll try to do some inline questions. Okay, so first and foremost, we want to welcome or congratulate you on your appointment. And we have a small token, and I don't know if you want to say some words, Irv, but I think you're doing great with the introduction. Carry on. This is from CIEE. And, you're very welcome. Yeah, thank you for your hospitality again.
Did you want me to?
Yes. Yep. Okay. Yeah, no. Good.
Make sure I'm on screen
Please.
here.
Sorry.
Thank you so much, Peter. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. So good morning, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to Newport. Welcome to Salve Regina University. We're really happy that you're here. We're here, that you're here particularly at our Pell Center building, which is one of our sources of pride here with our old and cherished relationship with the late Senator Pell. And we are really thrilled to be hosting the Digital Education Symposium here. So I'm going to begin with a confession. Because I had spent much of my early career when it came to the intersection of technology and education, I would have been placed on the lower, really the Luddite end of the scale. My early training was in literature, specifically Victorian literature, and I have a prized collection of rare books, which made me suspicious of anything that hinted of a bell or a whistle. I was under the impression that the purest form of education involved paper and ink, and any other form was a kind of derivative. Later, as I was trained as a statistician, and learn more about the world of assessment, I use technology reluctantly and as a necessary evil, praying that whatever tool I use wouldn't break as I ran a specific statistic in a software package or sorted a database. Technology made my life easier, ran the data faster, but essentially sat outside of the primary educational function. And it wasn't until about a decade ago when I was asked to explore the world of online learning from my previous institution, which was Boston College, that I began to understand the power of technology as a transformative tool in education. I worked closely with our Center for Teaching Excellence, and I witnessed how they leveraged various technologies to open worlds and access for students with differing learning abilities, and how they used multiple platforms to enliven traditional lecture style courses with various media and materials, and how they were able to create a strong sense of community and ongoing dialogue with students long after the traditional hours of class. As a person trained in assessment, I loved that one could access vital data immediately after class, actually even during class, that would tell us about the effectiveness of a particular pedagogical technique. And as a person committed to access of education for all populations, I loved how technology could open educational worlds for those who might not have access otherwise due to their life circumstances. So my welcome really is to all of you and the cutting edge work that you're doing here at this Digital Educational Symposium. And I hope that this symposium will offer a wonderful array of techniques and technologies that enhance the deeply important work of you all as educators. I hope it will provide ways to invigorate the vital teaching and learning relationship and serve to inspire your students in new and exciting ways. So we really thank you so much for joining us here today, and welcome to Salve Regina University. I hope you get a chance to explore our campus, especially while the weather is beautiful, and the wonderful city of Newport. So thank you so much. And thank you for the great gift. I'm really honored.
Okay. So, thank you so much. Really, that was wonderful. Really appreciate all the hospitality from Salve Regina. Beautiful, beautiful place. We'd like to talk a little bit about CIE as well and give you a little perspective on who we are. And with that, I'd like to introduce Tim Propp, who's our Chief Operating Officer. Tell you a little bit about CIE, and then Seamus also will talk a little bit further. But please.
Thank you, Peter. And it's really good to be here, everybody. Sorry, Dr. Armstrong had to leave. I was going to hand her my business card in case she needed help with, taking care of the grounds, making coffee in the morning, whatever it takes to maybe work here every day. So anyway, I just want to say thank you for all of you for participating in this symposium. I wasn't able to make it to the reception last night. I had just a quick little story. I actually started my journey yesterday in northern Vermont, almost to the Canadian border. Was up there for a wedding this weekend, just beautiful. And so I had to get back to Portland for another commitment before I came here. But interesting story. Is there anybody from Google or Apple here today? Oh, good. Then I can tell the story. So I was coming down, and I decided to run a little experiment. And the experiment was I was going to run 3 different maps on the way down here. So I ran Apple Maps, I ran Google Maps, and I ran Waze. And I wanted to believe Apple because it said I would get here on time for the reception. Google said I'd be a little bit late, and Waze said you're never going to make it. And Waze was correct. So just for reference, in case you're just trying to decide what map to use in the future. So no, thank you very much. What a beautiful setting to have this symposium today. And I just thank you, Peter, for organizing the event, and Irv. There's really terrific to pull all of these great minds together and really talk about this very important topic. And we're excited to hear what you all have to say. And it should be a very rich conversation today. We're going to run just a short little video that tells you a little bit about CIE and is a little bit of a welcome from our president who couldn't be here. He's recovering recovering from back surgery. So we were just having that conversation earlier. So he couldn't be here. But this is just a very short video just to give you a little bit, and then I'll introduce Seamus. Okay.
No, I don't want to lose him.
Hi, my name is Jim Pello, and it's my privilege to welcome you to CIEE. We're the oldest and largest nonprofit study abroad and international exchange organization in the country. We're about bringing the world together. Our history goes back to 1947. The world had been torn apart for a half a century through 2 world wars. And there were some wonderful people, faculty, government administrators, who thought that the best way to prevent World War III was to bring the world together, primarily through bringing young people together. And their idea was if young people came to know one another, they would learn how to respect one another, how to embrace one another, overcome areas of mistrust, and really, one person at a time, advance peace and harmony in our world. So we started by bringing Americans over to meet foreign students overseas. And then about a decade and a half later, we were asked by the State Department to be their primary sponsor to bring students to America. And there's a great quote here by Senator Fulbright: "Educational exchange can turn nations into people, contributing as no other form of communication can to the humanizing of international relations." Now, CIEE Inc. is working with 136 countries, helping 30,000 foreign students come to the U.S. each year on a variety of different programs. Remember that our purpose was all types of programs. We are program agnostic and have been from the beginning. We don't do one thing except bring people together, and we do it in lots of different ways. At the same time, we're up to 350 sending schools, academic consortium members we call them, universities from the U.S., helping about 15,000 students travel overseas to your programs every year. Our mission is to advance peace one student exchange at a time. We're here to help you achieve your international experience. And if there's a barrier, if there's a hurdle that needs to be jumped, we're the organization to help. We are entrusted with the lives of young people, and so our first order of business is to make sure that we stay true to committing to providing the very safest and best supported student experience. Bar none, that is our top priority.
And Jim, if you're listening, recover swiftly. We're all thinking about it.
So that quote by Senator Fulbright, which you've probably heard before, is really something that drives us every day in how we think about everything and to humanize international relations. And so I'm going to introduce Seamus Harries, our Vice President of Global Enrollment, and he's going to give you a little bit more detail about some of the things that we're doing around the world. So Seamus, please. Thank you, everybody.
It's always great to have your IT guy run, your chief IT guy run your PowerPoint. It's the way it should be every time, wherever I go. But he won't travel with me. So I know he does everything, including set up my PowerPoint. So I want to expand on what Jim talked about. It's a joy to come every morning to work knowing that what your job is to help connect people and create more peace in the world, create more learning in the world. And so I want to talk a little bit more, give you a little bit more texture of our mission and our passion at CIEE. My background, just briefly, you saw a little bit up there, is I actually existed a lot in the online space. Most of my career was in enrollment management and student affairs. 17 years at Northeastern, working with CIE in particular. And one of our programs there that we started 11 years ago called NUN, which was a pre-matriculation freshman program. And then I was in their global expansion, Vice President of Business Affairs, creating all of their, going from 10 online degrees to over 260 online credentials offered across both online and hybrid, offered in campus. I started for them in Charlotte, then also in Silicon Valley, in Seattle, then their first international one in Toronto, and now they just expanded to the UK. So I have a background that has an international experience, but also has that online experience. And I'll give you a little bit of my perspective of what I've learned about study abroad and where I think about online in that space. But I wanted to go back and talk a little bit more about what Jim introduced. Was, you see, those are troop ships that came back at the end of World War II. And we were filling them up with faculty and students to go back to Germany, into Italy, and to Japan to reconnect and create communities among these nations that had been at war. And that really, that peaceful coexistence and respect, starting at that person-to-person level. And that's our, developing an individual that global skills to navigate a global, interdependent, and culturally diverse world. And we do it through these exchange programs. There's meaningful exchange programs that Jim was referring to. Thinking about, at the end of the day, this is all about people and connecting it. And this is just briefly, this past year, we have students coming from 50 states that we're sending out in our college exchange programs, as well as we have high school. They come from 86 countries that we have coming in, and some of those students are also going out in our college exchange programs. 529 sending institutions. This past summer, we had 25% of our students were Pell eligible. We're in the Pell building. Claiborne Pell was famous for starting the Pell Grant, which serves the neediest students attending college. Very hard for them to take part of their summer, typically an income earning set a time for them, and study abroad. And through our financial aid and through other supports, we've been able to support a significant, and partnerships with other institutions, support a significant amount of students going abroad. 37% were students of color, and 22% were first-generation students. In many cases had never been outside of the United States, let alone traveling around the United States. Talk a little bit about stepping back and just the breadth. When we talk about exchanges and having that people-to-people connection, serve over 10,000, it's up between 12 and 15,000 study abroad students in the college space through our college study abroad programs that are set up across the world. Through also working and partnering with institutions around faculty-led and custom programs, and with our merger with the Academic Internship Council, expansion of internships, a really growing demand as people want that real-world experience backed up by the academic rigor. We also serve the high school space with high school outbound students, U.S. students going abroad, gap year between the high school and college, as well as internships across all of that space. And then inbound international exchange visitors, over 35,000, 35 to 40,000. We have U.S. travel and internships in the U.S., but we also have teach abroad and U.S. Citizens going and teaching abroad and teaching English abroad. So thinking about that breadth of fulfilling our mission about how do we connect people across the globe. Thinking about some of those programs, giving you a little bit more texture, we partner with over 500 sending institutions. 340, 350 are members of our academic consortium. And from that, as a board that gets voted, that actually does a program review of our programs and our sites. We offer over 200 academic programs marked by academic excellence. Ali is here, who is over our academics and her team, including we offer 29 languages. And we're thinking about how do we continue to grow the offerings, course offerings in there. And we offer across 60 locations and growing in 40 countries. So just to make that real, here's a map of all of our locations. You can see we're really connected, from some internal to the US, in particular around our AIC sites for internships, to in South America, Africa, across Europe and into Asia and Australia across the board. Give you some highlights around that. I've talked about it. We're ensuring academic quality. We have that academic consortium that creates that vote members into an academic consortium board that review all of our programs. We have a school of record, which is Tulane, that also will transcript for those schools that require it and also do a review of our programs. We also have partner host institutions in country that students can take courses at and that we work closely with. We're meeting students' needs by offering a variety of different time dimensions. We have our semester programs. We have our new, relatively new open campus program, which is a block program that the students can do 2 or 3 blocks and either fit a quarter or semester. I'll talk a little bit more about that. Short-term programs, 4 to 8 weeks, then January term. And we have the best-in-class study abroad experiences. We have in-country staff that live there 12 months a year, that are part of that country, that understand the U.S. student, the U.S. education, and we have study centers, we have direct enroll in our host institutions, and well, we have hybrids between those two. We have resident staff that really support those students and connect them, that community of learners, to the outside community. So it's not just sequestered off from that country and that culture that you're working in. And most importantly, obviously, you want to do this in a way that's safe. So health, safety, and security, best in class in that. And always, the world is always changing. There's always a challenge that we're focused on there. But some of the key aspects around CIEE. Some other things around fulfilling our mission that I want to just highlight. One is around innovating. So this is our block program in which we have 14 global institutes across 5 continents. And you can take 2 blocks would equal a quarter, and 3 blocks would equal a semester. Most of our quarter schools, about a third in the United States, don't really have options to do what we would call during the spring semester. They would have to take a whole 2 quarters off in order to do a semester. But if they do 2 of our blocks in the winter, that would be the winter quarter. If they do 2 of our blocks in the fall, that would be their fall quarter. So they don't fall off the cycle. So innovating how we reduce the barriers to the U.S. calendar and how we align with that. It also ensures that institutions like south of the equator, their calendars are exactly opposite us, and many students couldn't attend or would significantly delay their progress to a degree. So our block program is offered in a way that they can align with those calendars. And lastly, it's offered in English. Although we have languages throughout all these sites, we now teach more language courses and individual students because we offer this, because English is language requirements is a barrier to attending study abroad. And by offering English, students go to Germany, they realize they really want to learn German and become connected with the community, and so the second block they'll add that on as a course, for example. This is really critical as we see students using this for comparative learning, comparative experiences. They're starting we have students starting in Sydney, which we just launched in the spring. They're going to Cape Town, and then they're going to Santiago. Rich cultural experiences that they're getting. Or they're going to Santiago, Buenos Aires, and Rio to compare those 3 Latin American cultures, those 3 Latin American economies, and getting a very different experience that they could get. But as you think about students leading or serving on multinational teams, this is really critical, that it's not just one culture you're going to engage with, but multitude of cultures working together to achieve an end, and this is really critical in their own development. Curriculum. We focused on a commitment to intercultural learning. So that's not only a course, but it's also embedded in all the coursework what we do. We've just went and expanded our business programs and courses across many of our sites as we see that being a real growth and a real demand in the business degrees. And then STEM. Most of our STEM students, science, technology, engineering, math, engineering, nursing, very lockstep in the courses they have to attend. And so study abroad either is not an option for them or it's only an option in a very limited way. And so we've been working on we've offered more STEM courses so that they can have that rich engineering experience, but in a intercultural manner. And language learning, of course, is preeminent across all of what we do in study abroad. And really the opportunity to learn a culture is that opportunity to learn that language and engage with that culture. Experiential, very key. This is true when we think about the digital space as well. We offer internships, volunteering and service, and research across these 60 sites. And I'll give you just a word cloud of some of the sectors that we offer internships in. These are bespoke to the individual student and what their interests are. So we are building, and we have over 300, almost 400 students that attended this, did internships this past summer. That was doubling of the year before, and we're looking to continue to expand that. And this is becoming a real demand to put that on your resume, not only that you studied abroad, but also that you did that internship abroad, to have that rich multicultural experience. Locations. Increasingly, how do we think about peace in the world and connecting with these places that we don't know as U.S. citizens? One is Latin America. We've expanded and added Monteverde and the Yucatan Merida around STEM and society. We, 2 years ago, established Rio and Santiago, Chile, as well as Buenos Aires. We've expanded just recently in the Pacific Rim and opened up Singapore, expanded to a third site in Australia, as well as expanded program offerings in Shanghai as we think about connecting with that and how the economic forces are shifting into the Pacific Rim. Really critical as we think about how do we connect with the world and how do we connect students to the world. Lastly, and probably dearest to my heart, having started in financial aid a long time ago, is our ability to provide access. So you think about 7% of students go and study abroad in the higher education space, but the percentage of students of color that go is much less, about half of those that actually attend. So how do we start to reduce the barriers and encourage and allow access for those students to really have this rich, full experience? One, our president initiated the Frederick Douglass Global Fellows, which is a leadership and intercultural development program for top-tier students from historically Black colleges and historically Hispanic colleges. That we had so many students applying to that. We only offered 10 full scholarships. That we actually offered a partial scholarship with matching funds from institutions called the Summer Scholars Program. Those are the semifinalists that achieved that. We went from 10 students to now 73 students this past summer, and we expect to be 120 plus. Some people are saying 150. Huge expansion in the ability to serve these students, and we expect that to continue to grow. Our passport caravan, we're on target after for a 5-year commitment of supporting students in getting their passports. A barrier just to have that passport allows you to travel. We will hit 10,000 by April of this year. We've given out a little over almost 8,500 passports in partnership with institutions. Other institutions have taken this on themselves, and this has really become its own aspect. But you think about that, just that having that passport reduces that barrier to travel abroad. And our Gain Travel Grant, where we support Pell eligible students in traveling, and they're guaranteed to receive that travel grant. Another barrier, they can get the financial aid for the cost of the program, but they can't get that plane ticket to get there. Most important, and how do we reduce that barrier? So that's just a quick 15-minute summary of CIEE. In my experience and what I've learned and some of the things I've highlighted here, there are 3 things I just want to draw out to you as you think about today and you think about the digital space and study abroad. So in conclusion, one is, I think no matter what, and what online learning has taught us, that what's most important is the place of the learner. The context the learner is in, and our ability through online learning or through in-classroom learning to leverage that experience. So I'm studying calculus in Paris, and I have another colleague on the same course who's in Madrid studying calculus. What's my ability to leverage the fact of those 2 locations and have that shared? What about political science? What about business? Sometimes digital learning is thought about as also ran. But rather, how about we think about how can that be actually, you can learn more by the fact that you have this collection of people in a virtual space in different locations. And by that, the learning actually can be stronger, more engaging. Secondly, it's always about creating community and connections. That's what peace is. That's what our mission's about. Whether it's an online space, which, I have an 18-year-old and a 23-year-old. They know people online that they may not have even met in person. I don't understand that. But no matter what, that's the heart of both learning and the heart of what CIE is doing, is how do we create community and connection. And lastly, one of my colleagues in my PhD program at Case Western was studying work-life balance. and really came up with this concept. There is no such thing. We all know that. But it's rather the fusion of work and life. When you're home, work invades. When you're at work, home invades. And it's the fusion of that. And that is so true also for the digital and the physical space. I see these students, my own children, no separation from the virtual or the physical, the interacting with it. And how do we take advantage of that as much as we'd like them to put their phones down during dinner? But how do we take advantage of the fact that that could be a really powerful learning tool and really change how we interact with students, because they're already plugged in that way. They already have this access to information, and helping them think about how do they are aware of that, how do they create these meaningful cultural experiences around those three things. So in conclusion, I'll end with those three. And thank you for our time, and I'm excited for the conversation going forward. Peter?
So, as your IT guy, I struggle with technology. And it's gotten worse over time. I used to be able to do anything on a computer. I used to be able to go in and configure it and do all kinds of stuff. I fight with my computer now. I end up, it tells me I have to go change the registry and I got to do all these things. So forgive me if I struggle a little bit with technology, but it's getting harder for me. Okay, so thank you, Seamus. The CIA is an interesting organization. I think we have some really, really mission-driven objectives, and I think digital technology is really showing us a way that we can do this in a larger way, perhaps. So this is something that we're very interested in. Sorry about that. Let's see. So I want to introduce you to somebody who's been doing this for a long time as well. Charlie Camarda is so he went to space on SS 114, which is a return to flight mission. It was after the Columbia disaster over Texas, and has been really pushing NASA to innovate and to look at technology and look at education and how it affects the rank and file at NASA. So he's got some interesting perspectives on education and innovation. I've seen his presentations before, and that we've actually presented together in California. So we're a little bit ahead of schedule. We have about 15 minutes before 10, but rather than pause, we'll move forward. And Charlie, if you would join us.
All right. Slides. Let me see. Do I have a microphone?
Yes, portable mic. I'm not sure.
Okay. Oh, all right. If you can get my slides.
Yeah, we can come do that first.
It's down there. Oh, down there. Yeah. Oh, there it is, right there.
This one?
Yeah. That's it.
All right. Beautiful.
No, that's not it.
That's how it is.
No, I'm sorry about that. That's not it. Let me see. Here it is. Sorry about that. All right, so we got to do the slideshow from the beginning. Okay. Okay, good. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to need this, but I think for the recording you might need it. And Seamus, Tim, Peter, thank you for having me, and thank you for the introduction on CIEE. I think I'm starting to get it, and I'm definitely in line with you on this. You know, I was selected in 1996. It was the largest astronaut class, and we had 11 international astronauts from 7 different countries. And the reason for that was we were building the space station. And when you think about it, what an epic challenge that was. 16 different countries coming together, building the space station on orbit, which is huge. It's larger than a 747 pressurized volume. And doing it, building those modules in different countries and constructing them in space and connecting them for the first time. And training in Russia, and I'll talk a little bit about that. And I grew up during the 50s and 60s during the Cold War, and the Russians were our enemies. And here I am training with them in Star City. And what an experience to get to know the Russians and the cultures. And I really have enjoyed traveling around the world because I love people and I love culture. And I think you're absolutely right. It can only make us better and hopefully make make this world a safer place. So when I started putting this presentation together and I thought about my career at NASA, I started thinking about education, how I was educated, how I was educated at NASA, how industry is doing it, and what are the trends in academia. So that's what I'm going to talk a little bit about today. NACA, the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, the predecessors to NASA, and NASA. Oops, I got to stop hitting the slide thing. Okay. And then Boeing. I met this wonderful fellow from Boeing, Mike Ritchie. And what is Boeing's influence on education? And then MIT. And it's really about engineering education is what I'm going to focus on. And the themes you're going to be hearing, the themes you're going to hear throughout this symposium, pedagogy, taking a systems view of the education ecosystem, because you can't just look at one little piece of it, it's all connected. Knowledge capture and how you do it individually, how you do it as a team. And learning analytics. And then if I get to it, I'll talk a little bit about the foundation that I started, the Epic Education Foundation and the Epic Challenge Program. But really, I started as a research engineer at NASA Langley 45 years ago, just recently retired. And we were taught, and that's where I really understood the difference between a researcher and engineering, and a research engineer. So I started work in what was called the thermal structures branch. We were designing systems and subsystems for hypersonic vehicles going 25 times the speed of sound, and things get really hot and really cold. So I was working with this tremendous team of researchers from multiple different disciplines. We were doing multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and transdisciplinary before the NSF even figured it out and started coining these terms like transdisciplinary and convergence. And we not only had to understand these systems, we had to test them to failure and understand how they would fail. And they were very complicated. And so that's how I was trained. Small group, almost like a little miniature skunk works. But then we also worked on some tremendous programs through joint programs with the DoD and DARPA on these amazing challenges that were much more difficult than landing on the moon, like the National Aerospace Plane. And so then I had like a midlife crisis when I was 44 years old and thought I'd reapply to be an astronaut and try to see how do you operate these systems on these space vehicles and bring that back to my research community so that we could design things that could be operable. Okay, and you'll hear a little bit about that. And while I was there, the accident happened, and I had to put together these teams of people that were my research community, what I call the Friends of Charlie Network, to actually solve these really difficult problems because NASA was struggling to figure out what caused these problems. And so this is when I realized that working on teams is very important. Getting the right team in these high-performing teams, how do you do that? But it's also very important for learning, and that's what the Aristotle program and Google is figuring out. And then I actually was assigned to the next flight right after the accident. But this was a totally different type of training than I was used to, in different kinds of simulators using different technology, teams of trainers on the ground helping you to learn. And then I came back and I started getting involved in education. And this is a slide from Mike Ritchie, which basically shows the STEM pipeline, basically. And by the 7th grade, we lose about 80% of the students that were interested in STEM. They drop out, and they lose interest in STEM by the 7th grade. By freshman year, we have about 9% of the students actually declaring STEM majors. And then by the time you graduate, you have about 4.5% that actually go on and have degrees in STEM. And I tried to understand, why is this happening? Kids that are really interested in STEM go to get an undergraduate degree, they drop out by sophomore year, junior year. Excellent in math and science, but they drop out. And I really believe it's because the students, when they're taking these difficult courses like chemistry, physics, and calculus, and advanced calculus, they don't see the connection with their passion, which drove them into this field, and what they're learning in school. So they're missing that connection. And then I had a stepson that had problems with learning, but he was also addicted to gaming. And I was just on TV this morning, they were talking about Fortnite and how kids are getting addicted to gaming, and it's terrible. And I read this book by Jay McGonigal, Reality is Broken, to understand what was happening. And he said kids are going into gaming because reality is broken. They want to feel part of something bigger than themselves. They want to save the world. They want to do something meaningful. And we're using behavioral science to addict these kids to do more, to level up, to keep playing games. And to me, science was always really interesting. We have all these amazing challenges that I got to work on as a young engineer. Why aren't we creating education that attracts kids and pull these kids? So that's why I started the Epic Challenge program. And so let's go back and look at history of learning at NASA. I mean, it was amazing. When I first came to NASA Langley, it took me about 1 or 2 years to actually learn what my job would be, what researchers do. But I did an internship there, and that's where I fell in love with research. But I was mentored by some of the best people in the world. We prided ourselves in research, technical excellence, technical reporting. We were getting our master's degree by NASA engineers that were PhDs that were teaching structural dynamics classes, so that it was related. There was context. These were truly industry professors that were really leading in their field, for instance, in structural dynamics. And so we had this strong analysis, design, test methodology emphasis. Basically, you go in the laboratory, you conduct your analysis, and you verify it with experiment and a building block approach. We also had at NASA Langley, when you read the history, permission to fail. It was permission to try and try again. Because at the dawn of NACA, we had to regain leadership in aeronautics. And we started from scratch. We had the best mathematicians, went to the laboratory, you failed, you learn by failure. And so I believe that this is what I teach my students. And of course, we trained as a team, and so we had multiple disciplines working together very, very closely. So for a structural mechanics person, you look at nature, you look at in the laboratory, and you look at some behavior of a structure. You try to develop a physical model, not a physical model, a mathematical model, and you go in the laboratory and you conduct an experiment. That's how I was trained. And you test the failure, you vary parameters, and usually it doesn't agree, but you try to figure out where the errors are in your analysis. And when you actually can predict the failure, you really understand the behavior and the physics of the problem, then you use that analytical capability to go out there and explore design space, use your creative mind, and explore all different ideas and come up with an optimized design, whether it's performance, whether it's weight, whether it's cost. And then you go back to the laboratory and test, because usually you went beyond one of those assumptions that you made in your analysis of the problem, and you're going to fail, and you're going to learn again from failure. It constantly keeps you humble. Right? This is how I was trained, using a building block approach. And so I teach students how to fail smart, fast, small, cheap, early, and often, right? And learn as quickly as possible from failure. This is how we were taught. This is an idea for a cryogenic tank, a reusable cryogenic tank. And we basically predicted failures in a laboratory with very inexpensive specimens. And the X-33 program failed because they went and built a full-scale tank and they couldn't come back, and they went down that design path, and we told them it was wrong, but because they didn't know how to fail, they forgot how to fail. And then we come to the Columbia accident. I was training in Russia at the time, and this is when I really realized that this was a picture that someone took, but I didn't know they were taking it, as I was training in Russia. And this is when I realized, if you think the US system is bad, the Russian system is really bad. This is why I don't play cards, because it was just rote memorization. This half-intoxicated professor in Russia was grilling me, and I had to memorize and repeat back to him. I just wanted to kill him. But this is what our students right now, this is how they look at us when we're using techniques for the past 100 years on how we teach the sage on stage. You know, we don't know, but they're turning us off, right? I mean, I could look at, so when I was in Russia, this is what we saw, right? We got the news. This is what the people on the ground saw. And really smart people, when they were asked, is this going to be a problem, said, no, it's not going to be a problem. I was furious. I didn't stop being angry for about 4 years when I came back. We lost 7 people in a vehicle because good engineers, supposedly good engineers, didn't know what they were talking about. They were arrogant. They thought they understood the problem. They didn't understand the problem. And they based their decision not on fact, not on real data, not on real analytical models that were based in physics. This is not how I was raised. NASA was seriously broken, and we literally had to pick up the pieces, 85,000 pieces, 90,000 pounds of material, putting it together to try to understand the cause of the problem. These same people at Johnson Space Flight Center, which I call sustaining engineering, they weren't really research engineers. They were keeping the program going. They were good engineers, but they didn't use their imagination and ask the tough questions. What if that piece of foam hits the wing leading edge? What if? Because we had the people at the 3 NASA research centers that solved this problem in only 3 months' time, when we actually put them on this problem to solve this problem, and you'll see this. But the real cause of this problem, this is what made me dive into psychology, sociology, and behavioral science, was exactly that, the culture. And the NASA engineers would never understand that culture. They had the same dysfunctional culture during Challenger, exactly the same reasons that caused the Challenger accidents. You could map them to the Columbia accident, but they didn't understand how to fix the problem. So behavior and culture are very important, and they're very important for learning and developing a psychologically safe environment. And there are other things that we could look at to understand how teams behave. The technical cause of the accident right after, this is what the engineers at Johnson Space Flight Center thought. Well, we have to prove that the foam caused the accident. So we'll build a full-scale test, but we're only going to put 6 strain gauges on the wing leading edge. Totally crazy. And we're going to shoot almost a 2-pound piece of foam at 545 miles an hour, the relative velocity that we think the vehicle struck the foam at, to see if this is what caused the problem. This is what I call a dumb, slow, expensive, you can only do it infrequently, and you're going to get the results late test. It was a waste of time. This was not an intelligent test. We told the Columbia accident investigation, slow down. The Columbia accident investigation to tell the researchers there to slow down. We're going to put together a team of real analysts to understand this problem. We're going to instrument it properly. We're going to learn from this test. And that's what we did. We went to Glenn Research Center, Langley Research Center, and got the experts to do this. And here we're testing failing smart, fast, small, cheap, early and often, looking at small pieces of foam, understanding the physics of that ballistic impact, comparing it with the analysis and the materials failure theory so that we can predict failure of that foam as it impacts. Then we go and we test the target material, the wing leading edge material, reinforced carbon-carbon, and we do this over and over again till we can figure out and determine the minutest amount of damage that we could possibly have that could potentially cause a failure. Once we have that analysis, remember that analysis test going to design, then we could use those analytical models and we could do a full-scale analysis of that test before the test. And that's exactly what these researchers did in only 3 months' time. We had been losing foam from the vehicle for over 30 years. No one asked, what if that piece of foam hits the vehicle? And oh, by the way, do we have people that could solve this problem? They thought it was impossible. They didn't even know they had those people in their own organization. Very closed. They thought they knew it all. They didn't go and explore outside their little team. So we made this prediction. The team did, right? A 14 by 14 inch hole it would cause in the wing leading edge. Then they ran the test. Now the test isn't a dumb test. It's an intelligent test. It's highly instrumented with.
Will final 0. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
So the vehicle on orbit could have had a pizza box size hole in the wing leading edge, and the ground didn't think didn't have to call the crew up to tell them they could possibly have a problem. These were arrogant people that did not understand research, were not good engineers, and it was a culture that was psychologically unsafe, that people were afraid to speak up. And I hate to tell you, but it's worse now. What is the state of learning at NASA right now? I spent about 5 years trying to convince people we needed to do something, and then I finally gave up and retired. Very little structured mentorship, very little teaching our engineers from adjunct professors within our own organization. We have not done real research at NASA for over 30 years. And this isn't a NASA problem. This is a United States of America problem. When we think about China and the hypersonics research they're doing, the high computing research they're doing, and the cybersecurity stuff they're doing, we are way behind. We have not spent enough money over the 30 years in real applied or use-oriented research. This is a problem. We have a psychologically unsafe culture that's worse within the agency. And there's no united effort at NASA to maintain these technical competencies. They expect each of the individual 10 NASA centers to do that job. We don't have enough money to send our own engineers for advanced degrees, right? It's very difficult to do that. And this is NASA, right? So what's the rest of the country looking like? So at about this time, I started working with a really sharp person at Boeing, Mike Ritchie. But let's go back and look at John McMaster's. And I just learned about and started reading about John McMaster's as I was preparing this. But in the late 1990s, John McMaster's was an outstanding aerodynamicist at Boeing. And he noticed that the students coming in that they were hiring could not do the job. It took them 5 years to actually train these students to communicate, to work in teams, to think critically, to be the good engineers. And he wanted to do something about this. And he struggled, but he worked together with universities to actually make a difference in the ABIT criteria in 2000. So many of you have probably seen this. It's Boeing's desired attributes for engineers. And it actually came into and is part of the ABIT criteria in 2000. Yeah, they have to have a good understanding of engineering science, mathematics, physical sciences, life sciences, but they also have to understand how to work in teams. They have to communicate. They have to think critically, right? And so these are now ABIT criteria. And Boeing is still working on improving that. They're doing tremendous work in the field of education. They just gave an $11 million grant to the NSF. But John McMaster's view of engineering and how to teach, how to educate, his love was aerodynamics and aircraft. And so if you look at it as a large-scale systems integration problem, and you functionally decompose how to build an airplane, you have to understand aerodynamics, fluid mechanics, structures, propulsion, flight mechanics, controls. And how do you put it all together in a way and teach that to students so that the different subjects they're learning, you could directly align to the end product, the thing that drives that young engineer, whether it's a spacecraft or an aircraft, in aerospace engineering. The other thing that John McMaster said, which is kind of crazy because he's saying exactly the same, he's doing exactly the same thing that I'm doing in the EPIC education and the EPIC Challenge program, only he thought of it like years ahead of me, right? And so what he noticed was we should be able to hook students on the same things that motivated me, that motivated him: airplanes, rockets, astronomy. And you know what? We can make this kids at kindergarten to the first to third grades related to the physics, the chemistry, and the subjects they're learning there. Make that tie very early on and keep pulling those students in these really cool subjects to learn and advance in science, technology, engineering, and math. But the hook was the challenge, right? And so that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. Now, this is my good friend Mike Ritchie, who's a genius, and he's carrying on where John McMaster's left off. He's a protege of John. He only got to work with him for 1 year, I found out. But he's the chief learning scientist at Boeing. And this is when I realized, wow, why isn't NASA doing this? Boeing has a department, a learning organization, and something called a chief learning scientist. NASA does not have that. We have people in education that have never taught a course in their life, that know very little about education. And so this is how me and Mike met several years ago. We gave a presentation at the Siemens PLM meeting. If you Google Siemens, NASA, Boeing keynote, you'll see all our presentations, 3 presentations. And our vision for education hasn't really changed that much, but we're making progress. It's just not fast enough for me. So Boeing instituted this aerospace program, Aerospace Partners for Advanced Collaborative Engineering. And the idea was we should connect these kids from around the world, geographically dispersed students, right? And teach them how to learn and basically study them as they're learning, right? Do the learning analytics and teach them subjects and get them related to manufacturing and additive and advanced manufacturing ideas very early on, because that's going to determine the design, and they have to understand how things are built, and then develop a collaborative environment where these students can learn formally, take online courses, communicate collaboratively, because they're going to be working virtually. And then they actually build something. So you could be, Purdue students can be conducting a test in a wind tunnel, and these student teams have students from multiple different universities working together. They send their components to Purdue, do aerodynamics testing, they do structural testing in another location, and then they build things using a community college where these students are the technicians. They're studying to be technicians, and they are studying this additive manufacturing. They're part of their team. The way these students work is really mimicking how engineers build airplanes, right? So we're using these teams of students around the country, and now in the EPIC Challenge program around the world, to study this process, to study how they work in teams, and to do data analytics. So this is just a short clip of how these students, this was in 2015 at Brigham Young. This is the largest airplane ever manufactured by additive manufacturing.
See that my whole life.
And so these students come together and they put the pieces together, build the airplane in multiple different
The
locations.
experience was to take distributed team members across the geographical space
Mike
and
Ritchie.
put them into constraints where they had
Without the
customer
snake.
constraints, quality constraints, schedule constraints, and cost constraints, and then move them through a design, build, fly project in 2 semesters. We work
That's the
with
wind tunnel we
NX
do.
Connect and Siemens.
Here they're using
and
MMORPG.
IUCRC. It's an industry university collaborative
Working
research
together
center
to
that was
do the
funded
computer-aided
out of the National
design.
Science Foundation, and it's led by BYU. So this MMORPG CAD-CAM environment allowed students to immersively, and at the same time, share
So
the
they're
same
learning from each
conceptual
other
design
online,
space,
just like
even
they're
though they
playing
were
video
distributed
games. They're
across,
learning this CAD-CAM
geographically
software.
and distributed through their expertise.
And And it's just amazing. And it gets better and better. And now we're starting to do the data analysis of these students to learn, to understand how they learn formally and informally. And I'll show a little bit about that. But what's interesting is I went back and we worked with MIT. MIT professors helped me develop some of the programs that I developed. Ed Crawley, one of the top people in the Aero-Astro department, I'm going to be going there tonight, tomorrow, started something in 1997, 1998 called CDIO, Conceive, Design, Implement, and Operate. It's problem-based learning, but also looking at not only the technical knowledge and reasoning, but also professional and personal and interpersonal skills that you need. To do that, so this was problem-based learning, he had to develop this mapping system that showed the ABIT criteria board. You know what? We're teaching them in a different way. It's experiential, it's problem-based, but when you show the alignment with the ABIT criteria, it either meets or exceeds the ABIT criteria on all counts. We have to go that extra mile to give these really good educators the cover so they could go to their school boards to demonstrate when they're doing these innovative techniques. Don't worry, these kids are going to pass those state standard tests that you want us to teach them to, but they're going to have fun when they're doing it, but they have to have that cover. Now, Ed Crowley realized in 2019 that now he's going to do something different. He started something called NEAT, the New Engineering Education Transformation, where this is project-based learning, where now he wants multiple different disciplines of students working together on a problem or a challenge that exceeds the bounds of conventional majors. He's looking for that epic challenge, right? And this is what they're doing. They just started it at MIT now, and I'm going to go over there and talk to him about it. But this is when I got the idea at NASA as I was doing that, is that we need this collaborative environment. And I looked at this environment not just for students, but for engineers at NASA. How do we get the content? How do we access the content using AI and machine learning to get just the right information we need, right? So we're not wasting our time. How do we create that online learning experience that's meaningful? This competency matching and profiling engine, Frank Ciccio's here. We were working on this when we were in at 2010 and 20 to 2012. How do you find just that right person with the know-who, with the know-how that you could pull in to solve these problems? I call it the Friends of Charlie network, that when I was in space, when we had problems, I would call those people up on the cell phone directly, Pete Naffo, to understand the problem that we were having in space. I didn't go through mission control, but how do you get to just the right person? It took me 45 years of experience to do that, but we could do this much better using machine learning and artificial intelligence to search and just find just the right people to bring in this solve that we need to do this on these very complex problems, right? Modeling and simulation tools. And we need to be able to analyze the teams and the teamwork, doing social network analysis and the data visualization. We want to anonymize the data on this platform so that now we could capture thousands and hundreds of thousands of students online working on these epic challenges, and we could do all kinds of research. So yes, you have to fight those IRB and FERPA and GDPR requirements and security, but we need to overcome that impediment because we need all these smart people to understand the entire ecosystem because there are so many parameters affecting education, right? So we developed the platform. Mika's here with Valamis. We used the Valamis platform for these students last year on the AeroPace program. So they're going through a phased product development, A to E. This is something that NASA uses, but I would recommend something different. But they're going through actual learning material, content online. They're accessing it. They have informal lectures. They have assignments, and they're interacting with subject matter experts. And you just follow this as a function of time, and you're tracking this formal, interacting with the data, informal, collaborating with their teams. And we can align every lesson that they have in the AeroPace program to the ABIT criteria. And when you start racking it up and integrating all the different lessons and at what level they're learning it, this is how AeroPace racks up with a traditional capstone course. And the kids are actually learning global skills on how to interact with kids around the world. Now, if you look at Sandy Pentland and his book on social physics at the Media Lab at MIT, you have a convergence of multiple disciplines looking at how teams behave, looking at the big data, and how do high-performing teams behave. And he boils it down to three simple parameters: energy, engagement, and exploration. How the team members are contributing to the team energy. How is the engagement? How are they interacting with each other? Is it uniform? Are they all communicating with each other? And exploration. Are they looking outside the team? Okay, when they don't know something or to critique what they're doing. This is something that the team at NASA didn't do. So looking at just these parameters and having these badges that these people wear in these companies, you could basically design algorithms, and this is what we're going to be doing, is actually doing the natural language processing, machine learning, to dive into these conversations that the students are having, to understand, are they psychologically safe? Do they have a psychologically safe environment? Is their team resilience? Do research and innovation? What about social capital, and can we use that to help motivate students or identify students that need a little intervention and a little motivation? At NASA, I'm more interested in understanding, just like the Columbian Challenger accidents, there were weak signals when you read these reports by Diane Vaughn and Amy Edmondson on the Columbian Challenger accidents. There were weak signals, not only that there was a technical problem, but there were team problems, there were behavioral problems. We should be able to teach a machine to do that so that you don't have to worry about losing your career when you step up and raise an issue, right? So this is what we did. They used Slack this past year, and this year they're using Slack again. And this is how the team network changes over time through the phase of the program. If we just look at two teams, and these were two really good teams, and we just look at those three parameters, energy, engagement, and exploration, Team 3 looks far and above all the other teams. Even though Team 7 is good, they were doing much better in engagement and also did a little bit better in exploration. And I don't have the video, but this team, we went to the fly-off the past year, and basically they went with a vertical takeoff and landing airplane. Their professor said, don't do it, it's too difficult. They did it anyway, and it was awesome. It was a showstopper. And you could tell just from looking at this team how connected they were. They had that it factor. And so we need to be able to understand cohorts of students and how they're learning, right? And we could monitor, we could intervene, because it has to be a psychologically safe environment. So this is just scratching the surface. We're just starting to get this data. This year we're going to have much more data. So this is when I started the EPIC Challenge program. In their brilliance at NASA, the NASA educators said to me, well, Charlie, why are you going to Finland? And I said, if you have to ask me that question, why are you the head of education at NASA? Finland is leading the world in 2010 in science, technology, engineering, and now the entire country is going to phenomenon-based learning because they started to see those numbers slide. So they're doing something totally different. So I have more students in Finland than I have in the United States, and we're starting to go to Australia, and we're working with the learning scientists there, George Siemens, and the Center for Change, Complexity, and Learning, and we're going to start rolling this out across Europe, across the world, and connecting these students. We're using phenomenon-based learning. Instead of looking at conventional learning in Bloom's taxonomy, it's kind of linear. You tell the students what they need to learn, and you test them to see if they comprehend the knowledge, can they apply the knowledge. In phenomenon-based learning, we drop them into the problem. We give them the epic challenge. We teach the students to teach themselves, how do you deconstruct that challenge into functionally decompose that challenge, understand what you need to know, what you don't know, and what you need to know to solve this problem, right? Immerse them in the challenge, get them to understand the problem. They learn from experts, they deconstruct it, then they start constructing the problem and what they need to know. They start building prototypes, they start testing, and they start learning. But they're totally connected. We have students that you don't have to be engineers or scientists. We have people that come from the food field that were studying to be chefs, and what the students were working on was nutrition for feeding astronauts on Mars, and they came up with this system of crickets and plants in a closed system, and they did these experiments. It was just phenomenal to watch these students do this in Finland. And so that's the difference. And so we connect these students with the learning material. We teach them how to work together on a team, and it's all about the challenge. And you know, I was lucky enough that I worked on the aerospace plane. I worked on single stage to orbit, and I worked on repair techniques for my own vehicle before I knew I was going to fly on that vehicle. And how do you put together those teams? And I tell you, it was amazing working on these classified programs that we're still trying to solve these hypersonics problems, hopefully before the Chinese do. But it's the passion. This is a great book, Organizing Genius by Warren Bennis, about other organizations that had and high-performing teams, and what made these teams so special. What was the magic it factor? We could teach teachers how to do this. So I think we could kill three birds with one stone. We can inspire them to solve these epic challenges. We could teach them using new pedagogical ways, phenomenon-based learning, problem-based learning, project-based learning, and we need to teach them how to think critically as a team to come together to understand and solve these problems. And so that's what we're doing. I think we have this unique opportunity, just like we did during Apollo, when we had this amazing effect in education. Throughout the country, there was a lot of money spent on education, a lot of graduates from advanced degrees in STEM subjects and masters and PhDs. But when you look at it, we had this great rise in degrees, right? Then there was the slump in aerospace, but you know, all that technology and that innovation created industries which grew. And that grew the population and people going into these advanced degrees in STEM subjects, right? And so now you see something that looks like a really sharp rise in degrees there, but don't be misled by that, because we're going to lose about 50% or more in the next year or two, right? In these industries, in STEM subjects. So we still have major gaps in science and engineering, okay? And so we started this program. We teach the students how to work together on teams. We immerse them in the problem. That's the knowledge ability part. We teach them how to work, and we teach them ways to be creative and the collective creativity of their team to enhance that creativity, come up with innovative solutions to these problems, and then we teach them how to rapidly evaluate these ideas by failing smart, fast, small, cheap, early, and often. Not the way NASA's doing it, not the way Boeing's doing it, but we're looking at the conceptual design phase, which is the area that I love, because that's the creative part. You can try all kinds of crazy things, and we keep the students' interest. We teach them how to fail smart, fast, small, cheap, early, and often, how to maintain and advance and mature several ideas simultaneously. So when we select the one idea, it's the right idea, and it's got a 99% chance of being successful. It's not a James Webb Space Telescope that's taking 15 more years to develop and 20 times the cost, or a space shuttle program. Right? We don't do this right. We have to be able to do this much better in the United States. And that's why we're teaching our students how to do that. We're linking students at all levels, from the EPIC challenge using the experts at NASA and in industry, looking at graduate students, undergraduate students, and they're the ones that are going to be mentoring the high school students and the masters and the middle school students and below. But the creativity that we see comes from the youngest students in the system, right? They don't know what they don't know. They're not afraid of failing. They're not afraid of raising their hand and trying. And that's how we solve these problems. But the mentorship should be a continuous mentorship from the top down. And that's the plan. NASA said, you're so smart, why don't you teach this? And so, okay, I said I will. I created a course with 4 professors from MIT, Georgia Tech, and Penn State. I'm going to meet Ali Devek tomorrow. We had 30 young NASA engineers, junior NASA engineers, but I said, you know what, if we're going to do this, let's pick a problem NASA can't solve. Let's land a space capsule on land. The Russians do it. The United States, all their capsules landed in the ocean. Why? Right? We've been trying for over 50 years. So we went to Penn State, we created this curriculum, and we used their learning factory. We went there for only 1 week in the summertime. We taught this course that no one knew what was going to happen. We had dozens of ideas for a capsule to land safely. We took one of those ideas, and one graduate student from Sydney Doe, for his master's degree, I was on his PhD dissertation. He's now at JPL. But Sydney Doe, for his master's degree, worked with 8 undergraduates from Penn State and Georgia Tech and MIT. They solved the problem NASA couldn't solve using airbags inside the capsule. They could land the capsule. The astronauts are safe and healthy, and they saved a considerable amount of weight. You deflate the airbags on orbit, and lo and behold, you have 26% increase in volume, and it didn't cost hardly any money. So I'm looking at this for open innovation. I would like to do this at the graduate level to prove to NASA that we could solve problems that they can't solve. And I'm going to go down the hierarchy so that pretty soon we're going to have high school and middle school students solving problems that NASA can't solve. And the vision for me is when I look at these hundreds of thousands of students, if we can come together, and Nikki, we were talking about this, and share data from these brilliant researchers in learning and behavioral science and innovation around the world, we could start studying these teams of students. We could start making and developing personalized learning. We could start using artificial intelligence and machine learning. And that's what I think. But what do I know? I'm not an educator. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. I have to tell you, I had a professor in college very early in my career. I was an electrical engineer. My head hurt every time I went to his class. That's how I feel right now. My head hurts. It's just so much information, amazing stuff, but some interesting parallels, I think, to how we educate digitally online. And I think you have to create a psychologically safe environment. You have to create a culture where people can collaborate. And this is the great divide, I think, for a lot of us who teach hybrid or online courses, is how do you create that kind of intensity, that kind of passion for learners to get in there and actually learn. And I do this with students, a lot of them from China. And it's hard to get them to collaborate, to engage.
You could see the magic happen on the teams when they have that it factor and everything's working. And we have all these amazing people that are using their brain power to develop games and gaming. And we need those same experts to develop and game our system so that we're constantly recognizing what's motivating these students. Where do they see the social status within that team? Who's the influencer on that team? And how can you tweak that team to get them to perform better? We can monitor them and understand when they need help. Now, how do we help fix the problem? And I think we should be able to do that.
Yeah. And one of the interesting things about doing digital education is you can watch those interactions, right? If you're in a classroom, somebody's got to be taking notes and watching and making, network diagrams of what's going on. But with digital online or hybrid programs, you can see those interactions very clearly, where an idea starts, who's picking up that idea, how are they expanding it, which is kind of interesting.
And I didn't have time to show it, but Mike Ritchie and Boeing, they're going out, they're not just doing students, they're teaching advanced courses for professional development for their employees. And they just created 3 courses with MIT and edX, working with the team over there in systems engineering, system architecture, additive manufacturing, and leadership at all levels. And so what they're doing is they're using the team in Australia, George Siemens and the C3L team there, to basically do the data analytics now and collect that information of several years of taking these different courses online.
Awesome. Does anybody, sir?
Thanks, Charlie. I'm Michael Mom. Your talk has just given me flashbacks of my days in Cape Canaveral. And so I was a team leader on the Triton Nuclear Submarine Program, and 2 things that we did to create the secret sauce of trust and passion was co-location and mentoring, like an apprentice elder pairing. So we paired people co-locating, and the thing about creating trust was that we found, and I still find this in my work today on teams, is that idea of I got your back, you've got my back. And that happens from a personal relationship, of that social knitting that happens when you're together. So my question is, if we're not co-located, we're distributed, how do you create that secret sauce of trust when people are apart, just looking through a screen, and we're not like sitting side by side?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And I don't play video games, but these students are doing that. These kids are doing that. They're connecting with people around the world, and somehow they're figuring out who to trust over time online. But I think it's very important to have that co-location. You bring them together, and so what we do is we bring these teams together for 1 week. We immerse them in the problem. It's almost like what we had at Penn State was almost like a boot camp, and you put them in this extreme environment. It's just like how we were training on missions and training, survival training and stuff like that. You work together in these extreme environments, and you see these bonds forming and these trust developing, because you really have to have each other's back. And so I think you need at least 1 good week where you immerse them in the problem, you teach them these techniques, and you watch them practice. And you watch the different teams. And I would even do some planning ahead of time and do some surveys and populate the teams and make them diverse, make sure they have, and there are ways of doing that. We have teamology that the D School uses at Stanford. I use a different technique. But you could also tweak those teams if you see the magic, if someone needs to trade and be taken in different teams. But I think that trust develops very easily when you're face to face. And so I think that happens. Then I think when you do that, you get that respect of that person, then you could work virtually. And then you come back together occasionally. But I think that's important to develop that. And then once you have that, I love to do video conferences and see the people's faces when I'm talking to them. After you make that bond, after I work with the team in Finland or in Australia, we know each other, and we become family. But I think that's very important. That's a very good point.
Yeah, I would also add that providing a common problem or mission for the students to work on together creates a different culture, a different kind of interaction where they're not competing, right? The traditional classroom-based education is, you're my enemy, you're my competitor, and I'm not going to share my ideas with you. And this happens a lot, I think.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And so I don't do competitions. If you're on a sliding scale from competition to collaboration, I'm leaning more towards collaboration. And so when I have all these different teams working on this problem, it's just like return to flight. We're trying to find ways to develop techniques to fix the vehicle that the astronauts are going to need. And so I look at it as different branches in the same organization going for a competitive contract. We're competing for the best idea. idea, but we should be sharing because the goal is the company wins. We get the contract, we get the award. What was amazing that we were on that NASA had these teams working on these repair missions throughout the agency and in all these different companies. I went off in my friend's garage to do this because I didn't trust them that they would shut me down when we were studying this problem in my friend's garage, my astronaut friend, Don Pettit. One of the members that was leading the repair team at NASA tried to prevent us from coming up with the solution. We're telling people in industry not to work with us. Now, if you can imagine a dysfunctional culture where we're trying to save astronauts' lives and some manager is worried that this rogue team is going to come up with a solution that his entire network across the country could come up with, that they're going to prevent us from solving the problem. Well, we were successful and we solved the problem. We came up with the solution, and one of the companies stole it from us, but not really stole it from us, but they took it, and that's what we brought to orbit. But when you're talking about people and dysfunctional cultures, we should be able to find those people that are preventing that. And this is the same thing that Lifshitz Asaf did a thing on open innovation at Johnson Space Flight Center. And when you read her dissertation, what she says is because she was embedded there. Well, I was embedded at NASA. I knew what was going on. It took Diane Vaughan 10 years to understand the culture, and she still has a lot to learn. And these other folks, these people were saying, yeah, we're embracing open innovation, but they were really throwing up barriers to it because they didn't want other people to solve the problem and get the credit. This was a different problem in the life sciences organization at Johnson Space Flight Center. When you think about that, if psychological safety doesn't happen across the whole agency, a whole company, unless you have very strong leadership and you weed out these local regions where people are misbehaving and doing something like that. And when you find that out, you have to root it out because it'll spread through your organization, it'll destroy your organization. NASA hasn't understood that yet. Okay, we're going to have more accidents.
One quick follow-up. Psychological safety and shared purpose and passion, that jumped out at me. When we were on a trinuclear submarine program, top secret program, all this stuff, the scientists in that room, interestingly, my observation was many of us were children of immigrants. So people would say, how could you work on something that could destroy the planet like 10 times over and feel that that's, a common purpose? But the secret was, as children of immigrants whose parents went through World War II, the passion on that was we will never, ever want to have a World War III. And we're going to make the biggest gun you ever saw so that it never, ever happens. So that bonding of we're all children of immigrants was kind of what created the why. So do you explicitly get to not just the what you're learning and what you're doing, but the why?
Yeah, I think that's definitely important. And it definitely resonates with the younger people. They want to be socially accountable. They want to help society. So any challenge you could think of, it happens to be space. You can make any challenge an epic challenge in an area that will resonate with these students. And they don't all have to be motivated by by solving and coming up with an innovative solution. It could be because it's going to be solving a much bigger problem in society. Whatever that key is that motivates that student. And immigrants, Warren Bennis and Organizing Genius, he talks about the Manhattan Project as one of those groups, if you will, of high-performing teams and how you get them to work together to solve that. But you impose these constraints on them, whether it's time, whether it's money, whether it's you have to do the impossible in a short amount of time, make it a mission from God, make it a perceived enemy, whatever it is, to motivate that team to have that shared purpose. And being on a secret group like the International Aerospace Plane, the Trinet, you were a select group of people that were selected to do that. So you felt kind of special on that team. And I watched this happen even to older engineers who were ready to retire, marking time on their chalkboard in my branch of days to retirement or months to retirement. when I got them into these epic challenges, they had a totally new purpose, made their life meaningful, and it was amazing to watch them.
Well, we also bonded by watching shuttle launches from the ship. Just that was maybe you were there.
Sir, Frank.
First of all, thank you, Peter, and everybody. Great to meet you last night. Charlie, always wonderful to hear the story. A sad story, but a great story, because sometimes sad things have to happen to make things great. So question, how do you find or how do you help young people, or anybody, any learner, understand the capabilities that they actually have, where they can pursue opportunities like this, where you could have engineering challenges multidisciplinary? How do you connect the dot in the high school or in the middle school? And I'll just give you an example. I was with my nephew the other day. He's a rising senior. And I said, okay, David, so what do you want to do? I don't know. What college are you looking at? I'm not really sure yet. Well, what do you love to do? I don't know. What do you like doing in school? I don't know. I said, so what are you really good at in school? What did you take course? Oh, I took this forensics course that was kind of really cool. I said, you took a forensics course in high school? I said, so let me ask you something. Being that Charlie and I, we worked together on the Pacific Challenge and engineering and the whole bit for many years. We've gotten into cybersecurity recently, the last 5 years. I said, do you know that there's opportunities in cybersecurity for forensics? Mm-hmm. He goes, what's cybersecurity? And so we talked for 5 minutes, and at the dinner later that night, he said to me, Uncle Frank, you made my life. You changed my world. I know now I'm going to be a cybersecurity guy. So how do you do that at Mass?
I think the beauty of it is the challenges we pick are multidisciplinary challenges. You could be a medical doctor. You could be a chef. You could be an engineer. You need all of that to get to Mars, right? And so what you're doing is you're putting these kids together on the team. You're showing them the big picture, right? They might have a small piece of that big picture, but it's very critical. And if that's their passion, you're connecting the dots for them. Right? You're taking something that's interesting for them. The other thing I learned when I was at Poly was they asked me to teach. I never taught a course, but the students wanted me to teach. So I started teaching this innovative engineering design course. And I had kids from high school and graduate students and undergraduate students all in the same class, just like we have in in Finland. And it was just amazing to see these kids coming together, and kids from Stuyvesant, Bronx School of Science, Staten Island Tech, with these other kids from the inner city. And what you saw was that these kids that you thought you would have had to protect in class because the other kids were going to beat them up, right, that may be somewhere on the spectrum, that were just genius quality, they were the superstars. They were mentoring the other kids. And what I'm telling you is it raises the bar for everyone in the class, because those A students that are worried about taking the test and get hundreds all the time don't have the capability to fail, don't have the capability to try things and fail. And they have to learn that from the other students, and the communication they learn. And so the other students, what I saw was that, you know what, I could do that. He's at my level, but I could get there from here. That kid is really smart. I could do that. And so you'll see that happening. It's just like in sports. You don't want to play the team you could beat. You want to play the team that's better than you, to learn from them and work side by side. And so it worked out. It worked out like a charm. I try to use as diverse teams as possible because I try to emphasize the creativity, and I show the power of having different people looking at the problem through different lenses and different experiences, and how you bring it all together, and you have that collective creativity, that synergy that happens when the team is firing on all cylinders. It's really beautiful to watch.
Yeah. And we have Mika here from Finland, and through conversations with folks there, It's a very different educational model. And they decided to rip it apart and reinvent it, which is amazing to me. But it's about a common problem. It's about getting people to collaborate and share, and creating a culture of trust so that people are not competing. But then the challenge for us as educators is, how do you grade that, right? Because you're going to have to end up grading, right? But this is where technology can help. It can act as a lens to let you see those interactions, see the content. And if you have to provide a grade, because I think that fortunately, the reality is we have to provide grades, right? There are ways to be able to get those lenses, but it's a different rubric entirely, right? You can't do it by quizzing or by doing exams. You have to do it by observing, and technology can be a great facilitator for something like that, I think.
Yeah, and these are the skills that the companies are looking for. How do these kids acquire knowledge? How do they curate that knowledge as a team and share it? And how do they work together and communicate as a team? Those are the skills that we could be teaching them very early on, and they just graduate with them naturally.
And they do get in there and they do collaborate. I remember 10 years ago watching my kids on Minecraft, and then they were working with a couple of folks in Finland, a couple of folks in Sweden, a couple of folks in Estonia, and they were building something together. And they self-organized. And I think at one point I saw a model. They said it was a full-size model of the spaceship Enterprise, built on Minecraft by individuals, and they just kind of divided and conquered and went. And they said, "You build the transporter room. I'll go build the engine room." And they went out and they, with little blocks, very kind of crudish, graphics. But it was amazing. I mean, the social experiment of something like that, I don't think we've really tapped into it in education. I think we can. I think we have the potential to. Yep. Well, sir, yes, Mike.
Hi, I'm Mike Makabali. I'm kind of a person who's been in software development for 30 years, and I also graduated engineering. And I'm right now, my role is an architect, and I'm with several development teams right now. And right now, a lot of the things that you mentioned are actually kind of what's happening in the industry from my perspective, right? The collaboration, Slack, using that mentorship. These are tools that if their kids are coming out of college that they don't have, it's very difficult to kind of integrate with. And so I can tell you, people even today in software development, they are learning these things. And it'd be cool if the kids coming out of college are actually geared with what's going on here, which is fail fast, get the work done, common effort. I do see that, in terms of like tools, I mean, you have a lot of different tools for education, but things like Slack and collaboration should be added to it because it's something that we depend on to get software development done today, especially in distributed environments. So
you're absolutely right. You want to know where the impediment is? The digital dinosaurs, the faculty. The faculty said, "Oh, we don't want to use Slack. We don't need to." And it was Jana Hittala from Valmus that said, "Just give the kids Slack." Of the pieces of software that they had to use, these kids picked it up and used it and ran away with it. They loved it when the survey's at the end. But what we need to do is we need to teach them how to use it, how we want them to use it. We want to teach them techniques for working together on a team because we want to make sure they monitor it. For instance, when they functionally decompose their problem into structures, aerodynamics, flight control systems, it's exactly the way you would functionally decompose building an airplane. What we should be doing on the educator side, having those communities of practice there with all that knowledge, connecting them with the subject matter expert in those channels, and then let them develop their own channels that they could talk to each other behind the firewall so no one could see them. Because the minute the teacher said, "I want to be able to see everything you're doing on that channel," what we saw happening was that they went covert. They developed their own channels, private, and they started talking because they said, I don't want this guy to hear what we're doing. You have to allow them that freedom to do that. Yeah, we could monitor everything they're doing anyway, but But they were, they didn't, obviously they didn't trust that professor, right?
Well, the other thing I see, especially with some of my experience, when you have people that are less experienced on the team, they're intimidated as well.
Yeah.
And they don't necessarily want to have their bad ideas go in front of the person that knows stuff. And so I think that level of direct communications is also critical, as well as the process. So I can see it. I try to back off, but I think the idea of mentorship is at different points in time is key, but you also have the flexibility of communication that can allow them to collaborate well.
Yeah, you have to teach them how to work together as a team. You have to teach them to respect. And if you create roles on that team like a team leader, you have to monitor the health of that team, making sure everybody has equal time to participate in everything. And so, you give them some guidelines and you teach them these techniques for running a program, running a project, being a team leader, being a chief engineer, and what that means as that role on that team. And you let them rotate.
And even the lurkers, if you will, the people who are watching, they're still learning. I mean, and they will, over time, become a leader or observe by watching somebody else doing it and then jump in and say, but they're waiting for that moment. They're still kind of forming their courage, if you will, and eventually they jump in and become participants.
I did an exercise with a lady that runs a program, nonprofit Higher Orbits. In only 2 days, high school students, we had 3 different teams. And you just watch the dynamics of those teams because you're visually there observing it, and you could see the teams forming and the teams changing and how they come together and when to go drop in there and apply a little intervention to get them to do that. And the super smart kids and how they alienate the other kids are intimidated, like you say. So we have to teach educators how to do that. And most of them are. They have to be really good coaches, really.
There's a question in the back.
Yes, I mean, I'm Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Well, I thought the idea about saying we go covert on a team is kind of interesting because I teach graduate and undergraduate, but with undergraduates, I have them on, they have the project area in Canvas. And yes, I can go look and see what each person's doing on the team, so that's really a good point. But they still have to get credit for what they're doing. I'm not going to just see one person doing it. But I found that what I like to do with undergraduates especially is I give them the assessment paper that they're going to have to write out after the team project has been graded. So then they know that there's a responsibility that each of them has, and it is on each team member. So they've got to assess each team member on the project. So now they know what to work with. Are they showing up on time for meetings? Are they contributing to the research? And then I know it's not real life way to do it, but I will give them individual grades because I will have them do separate references on their project. And I don't really want to take, if somebody's just not pulling weight, I hate to hurt the whole team. But I know in the workplace that really happens. But it's a learning curve. It's learning for them to do.
But you're able to monitor that now. So now doing team projects is not as difficult because you can identify the individual contributions, the team contribution, and do you know Rich Felder at NC State wrote a lot of books, a lot of papers on cooperative learning when he was teaching, and I think you could Google him. He has a site. You can get a lot of his papers on how he presented like a contract that the team has to sign up for and how they're going to peer evaluate each other. So you need to have that going in so that they know they're going to be held accountable.
And then they can have the fun things to do too, like the marshmallow challenge, and then reflect on it afterwards. Like, how did you decide who was going to put the spaghetti in the marshmallow or hold it up or whatever? It seems silly, but it's an interesting learning project.
Yeah. We did that also, even with the NASA engineers. We had what we call an icebreaker, and we had a professor there from Penn State, Professor Emeritus Jack Mattson, who wrote Innovate or Die. And how you have to teach people to get over themselves and to try things and not be afraid and do really crazy stuff. Like we did a flash mob during lunch at the Student Center at MIT, and you watch these professors, doing the haka. If you've ever seen the New Zealand tribes do that, well, we got, and what it does is it breaks down that barrier. It lets them get over themselves and say that, hey, it's okay to fail. It's okay to look silly. But I think those icebreakers are very important. and it helps build the camaraderie.
Awesome. Thank you, Charlie. Thank. And we're right on time for our next exercises. We're going to do the haka. No, so we're actually going to break up into teams. So we have 4 committees. We have pedagogy, assessments, analytics, and technology. Each of the committee chairs are here. And welcome, John. I know you had a very long trip last night. I think you traveled all night to get here, so we really appreciate it. John Katzman. So what we're going to do is we're going to break up into 4 groups and talk and collaborate a little bit. They have some ideas. Talk to them about your perspectives and your ideas. So we'll break up into 4 groups over the next hour, and then through lunch, we'll have lunch at noon. We'll continue working and then meet back here at 1 and start doing the report back to the group from each of the committees, starting with pedagogy, assessments, and analytics, and technology. And that'll carry us through the rest of the day. So we're going to use this room for 2 groups and the room behind us for the other 2 groups, and we'll figure it out. We'll work creatively to figure out which group is where, and then split up and do some collaborative work. All right, sir. Yes, Frank. So let's see. And the pedagogy group is John Katzman, and he's in that sitting at that table right there. So that's probably a good place to start for that. For assessments, we have Diego Rivera-Spata, who is maybe here, and then we have analytics, and that'll be Sasha Dietrichson, and in the back maybe. And then the last team is Irv Bruckstein and Sharif Samard, and that'll be I don't know, back there still, I think. Yep. So if you find what affinity you have with a particular group, and then we might load balance a little bit if we have to. All right. Thank you. See you at 1 back here. All right. Let's start.
I think was really a key part of NYC. And there's a story and just seeing people that made it just through exchange. It's just such a good it is. It's a good work. It's great. My son is thinking of doing applying for teaching abroad.
Oh, that's great.
I said, Dad, what do you want for these days? And I said, I want to see CIE.
We've been doing it a long time.
Just 2 weeks ago. He said,
He's actually lots of staff.
well, my son David also sees what his uncle Stephen did when he went to Taiwan to teach. That's right. So no,
That can happen. We don't guarantee anything like that. That's not what you should put on.
That's right. No, he's not.
You should put that on your application. That's your goal, but that might be a sign.
Pure action.
get through this without a lot of coffee. I think we're going to need coffee. Always after lunch. That's the rough part. After our collaboration, I hope you got the committee's got some interesting input from other folks. First, I'd like to invite John Katzman to come up and give his talk on the pedagogy. So, all right, thanks, John.
Good afternoon. I was working with my team and put together just 6 observations about pedagogy today and moving forward, things that are going to happen. And I have an interesting take on this.
Sure. My take is a little bit more from the business side, looking at sort of what's likely to happen financially as well as pedagogically on this. But hopefully, if I'm doing my job, at least one person will disagree with each slide. So if you're that person, please, let's talk about it as we go. So please feel free to interrupt. The first observation is just that online education is moving apace. Graduate school, 65% of Americans in graduate school, 35% of Americans in graduate school are studying completely online. Of those, 65% are studying within 50 miles of home, at a school that's close by. So higher ed is going online, especially graduate school, but it's going online locally. And the first wave of providers who were national, the ASUs of the world and Southern New Hampshire and so forth, are fighting a rear guard action to hold market share against each of the regional players starting to pop up. By the way, that number, the 35% number, is growing still at 8 to 12% a year. We're probably 4 years away from half of graduate students being online here, and it's starting to happen in other countries, just a little bit more slowly. That has some implications to internationally. As we think about the international markets, US schools have generally struggled because of high tuitions to promote online programs outside of the US, except in the case of like military families and expats. The reasons for paying US tuitions generally involve coming here and immersing in US culture as well. I think as we start talking about the implications of all this to CIE, the tendency towards more local online education is important. The movement moving forward, and this hasn't happened yet, but if you think about the first tranche of online, what schools have done is they said, well, here's our classroom program, here's the marketing and recruiting effort, here's the instructional design, the support, and so forth, and here is our online program, and they're just running in parallel, the classroom and online. Clearly, it's going to move forward to, in the same way every other industry has, towards agile solutions. We have one infrastructure at a school, and this student's taking the program online, and that student's on campus, and this student was on campus and got transferred, and the school becomes indifferent as to modality. There are 2 models forming in online higher ed. One is, let's make a program that is in every way as good, not the same as, but as good as the campus-based program. It's the same faculty, it's the same standards for students, you expect the same graduation rates, the same level of student-faculty engagement, alumni giving. By every metric, the better programs online are the same as the campus-based programs, and the tuitions are the same. The other, the MOOC on steroids model, is are effectively correspondence schools for the 21st century. Students are studying largely on their own. There's very little student-faculty engagement. The courses are largely asynchronous content, but the tuitions are very, very low. The best of the breed The Georgia Tech program's running at $8,000. Graduation rates are a little over half of what they are on campus, but that ain't bad. And a lot of the programs are much lower than that. It's non-selective, and students weed themselves out, but they haven't spent a lot of money if they do bond. It's a really interesting model, but if you think about the faculty light model, and it's also peer light. You know, students are largely self-paced and they're largely working on their own. They are learning something, but to Charlie's point, if learning is fundamentally social, what is going on at these schools? Is it higher ed? Is it learning? Does it have impact? I think is a fair question, and there's no longitudinal data at all on how do these students do, not just do they graduate, but how do they do in their careers? How do they look back at the education they got? And I think we're in the early innings on the faculty light model. So there's increasing evidence that lectures are not the best way to teach, and we had a spirited debate. I think they just don't work. Other people think they work, just not at length or not as well as some other things, or maybe they should be part of a solution but not the whole thing. A recent Harvard study I thought was interesting. They've already proven that active learning is more effective than lectures, but what they did is they now studied what are the perception of students in both of those modalities. And students who watch a lecture believe that they've learned more than students who do active learning, even though they learned less. And so it is sort of interesting why lectures persist when the data is against them, and that's one of the reasons, but the bigger reason is that they're cheap. So, you know, you look at somebody like Sir Ken Robinson, and he's talking about all sorts of great ways of teaching and learning, and he's doing it in a lecture. And I was at MIT a year ago, and I watched a terrific presentation on the future of learning and how it's going to all be project-based and interactive. And of course, it was given as a lecture. And I went to the professor afterwards, and it literally is a PowerPoint. And I went to the professor afterwards, and I said, so, you know, why don't you do this as a project-based kind of thing? He said, well, that's hard. And it's expensive. And so I would argue that lectures persist because they're good for the lecturer more than necessarily good for this student. Yes?
I have a comment that I've also done a survey about 100 students that asked me about, you know, if they like active learning or, you know, projects or whatever. They actually did. Some said they learned more with projects. But when I'm in the classroom with other graduates and I say, okay, we're going to break up now to do these case things, I try to get them all at least because they'd rather just sit there and have lectures. It's laziness for some of them. It's like easy to sit there and do lectures. It's difficult to break up into a team. It's not actually working in the classroom. So that's why some of them maybe saying, oh yeah.
We are in the very, very foothills of any real impact of neuroscience on learning. But there's some terrific stuff being done. And the question is kind of the last mile, how we do large-scale clinical trials, how we deploy some of the technologies and processes that we're discovering. My favorite of which, there are two firms, both Boston-based, who are pursuing research done first at Duke that the claim is, with very small clinical trials, that they can treat ADHD as effectively in an 8-week video game, an hour a day for 8 weeks, as a lifetime of Adderall. And we'll see if it survives large ends, but I think if they don't have the solution, somebody will. And those sorts of things are sort of interesting, and I think are going to be an important part when you think of technology writ large and its effect on education. This is probably more impactful than browsers. You all know the evolution of the flipped model, and I just want to note that as you move from just a taped lecture to asynchronous materials that are modular and interactive, you realize that the textbooks are undergoing the same evolution, and that the line between what was a lecture and what was a textbook are blurring. It's just asynchronous content in combination with either discussion or problem sets or something that is interactive and real-time interactive. One of the things to think about in terms of cost, if we wanted to hire someone to write a book for us, you'd probably find a pretty good author for $50,000 who will do a serviceable job. The average cost of a video game is now $25 million. The average cost of a Hollywood movie, $100 million. Every year, the tools get more powerful and less expensive, and every year, the average cost goes up, not down, because the level of competition rises. A couple years ago, better online programs were simply a PowerPoint with voiceover or a video of some guy talking. That's no longer viable competitively. And the tools that we're discussing, that you guys know as well as I do, are making it very hard for schools that can't afford to build out serious materials. In general, technology rewards scale, right? The high upfront costs, low marginal costs kind of things do reward the first player at scale. And one of the questions that I want to come back to is, if education is smaller bore, smaller numbers of students, how do we get the benefits of technology and the cost savings that other industries have accrued? So, Charlie talked a little bit about social learning, and I agree that any real learning is social. That is a critical part of any learning process is other people and learning together. And at the same time, a lot of people believe that adaptive learning is really important. That you're starting knowing this whole thing pretty much, and somebody else is starting knowing very little and coming at it from different angles, not just more or less. And you want to give each one their own learning path. And the question is, how do you square social learning with adaptive? If all of us, having found our different paths here, simply got on a computer, did our own thing for the day, and then dispersed, why did we come here at all? Right? So how do you balance the two? Competency-based programs don't. They are generally high on adaptivity and low on social of any sort. And I just want to note, they're also pretty low on adaptivity. When you get down to it, the current generation of competency-based programs, if a semester is generally 14 weeks, and you really dig down into the data, how many people finish in under 12 and how many people does it take over 16? The answer is like none. For a lot of reasons, we've chunked learning into pieces. If you already know all the material, you don't bother taking the course. And if you're utterly unprepared for the course, you have a bigger problem. It may be that in weighing those two against each other, that people theorize that adaptivity is more important than it actually is. It's certainly more expensive than you think it is. So the solution that I would propose to you guys is that the core of learning is social, and when people come together, they should all be ready to have a good discussion, but the work they do beforehand can be adaptive, and the follow-up work can be adaptive. Get people this week through their assignments, which can be adaptive, to a place where they can have a good discussion together and interact. In terms of the palette of interesting tools, one is video simulations, which with technology are becoming easier to create. So the notion, if you think about Black Mirror Bandersnatch, it was really fun. It was really kind of a fun way to experience television. The note is that they shot 5 hours of video to make a half an hour show. And adaptive is really, really hard and expensive to do compared to just shooting something fairly straightforward. The other problem with it in an educational context is that every year as you're evolving the course, as you're learning what people do and what's working and what isn't working, well, those actors have aged a year, they cut their hair, they gained weight or lost weight, and if you can find them at all, and every year the whole thing gets a little bit more ragged. This is tricky. What we came up with a firm up here again in Boston, or up in Boston, is doing the same thing, the same branching, the same amount of work as to what do people do here, what are the implications of different actions, but turning it into a graphic novel. It has a lot of the same educational impact, but you're reading, and then when somebody wants to give you advice, it plays audio clips, and so they're talking to you, my two advisors before I have to make a decision. What's nice about it is it's $100 a panel, and evolving it requires nobody to cut their hair differently. Like it's just you go ahead and make some new panels. And so it is a much more flexible, much more adaptive way of getting to the same kind of experience. In real time, this is a company called Immersion in Florida. Terrific company out of the University of Central Florida, I believe. And what they do is, let's say you're a teacher, but this could be a boardroom as well. And there are these kids sitting there, and they're all talking to you. And they're talking to you as a person. Peter, how are you today? And, oh, I like your shirt. And it's a discussion. And something happens in the class, right? It's a simulation. There's like some crisis or some problem. You're there to teach them something, and somebody's having trouble, and you're doing it, or it's a boardroom, and somebody's complaining about a harassment claim, and you've got to address it. And the first time I saw it, I was like, well, that was great, but how expensive is it to have a whole bunch of actors sitting behind those avatars? This is just implausible or impractical. And the answer is no, there's actually one actor pulling on the strings of the different avatars. And so when she speaks through that guy, it's a male voice. Through that woman, it's a girl, it's a female voice. Everybody's got different voices, and every avatar, when the puppeteer is not using them, has kind of go-to movements or statements or reactions, and so you don't know where the ghost in the machine is. It's a pretty compelling experience, and of course, you go through it, it records it, and then the class can discuss how you did and each person how they dealt with that situation. And it ends up pricing it at something that's perfectly workable. Virtual reality is starting to have some impact. Again, very high expense. And it starts hitting at some of these issues of scale that building we had for some physical therapy program we're building with PIT, we have to build a virtual cadaver, that you go through and you can see the muscles and so forth. And it turns out, of course, somebody's done one, right? It's really a licensing thing. You don't necessarily have to build it from scratch. And the cost of the VR goggles, which could be as little as just using Google Cardboard, is pretty minimal compared to the cost of higher ed. And so I can see VR working its way into programs pretty effectively, especially science-type programs and Zoom and other experiences that are real-time and immersive, that you can have that class and interact a little bit more forcefully. On the other hand, augmented reality, AR, has had almost no impact in higher ed. And frankly, I don't see, and when we at the table we're discussing, can we even envision where AR could be helpful in education? We think it's mostly noise. And if anybody here has a really good educational use for AR, I'd love to hear it. To what? In what way do you use it to augment the teachers? Hmm. Are you a Minerva? Where are you? No, when you say we. Interesting. Minerva's using it a little bit that way too. That the ability for the teacher in an online class to call on someone, they just click a button and it just calls on the person who spoke least recently, right? And so that kind of thing is, I guess you could consider that AR. Yes.
At University of Southern California, I did a pilot to look at healthcare.gov website development disasters in 3 pieces. University invested significant amount of funds to shoot 3 sets of videos, and as the videos play, you are able to go into additional sources of information. It was an amazing experience, but it turned out that students want something smaller than
In general.
Right. For me, it was very enticing because they were able to talk with key players for these videos and share some insights that were quite engaging and contribute to
That is AR-ish. But the other part of that I want to pick up on, if you think about, if you watch a movie from like the 1960s or 70s, and you realize how slow the cuts are, and now it's literally a second, each camera cut's a second. It's the same thing here. The modules in modular education are getting shorter and shorter for exactly the same reason.
Best applications really depend on what the subject is, right? So I think for something like AR, and some of the ways that it's being applied, what's interesting is like the trades and the technical skills. So we can see things like schematics, or trying to assemble something. That's just one application that makes sense.
I think so. I played with some military guys along those lines, and once you leave the classroom, and you have to deploy this knowledge in the real world, having access to things when you're hitting them might be how AR is best deployed.
The FAA has a new technology called automatic data surveillance, and young pilots now have access to an app where if you're flying augmented reality, you hold up your iPad, and if you have obscured vision because of clouds, augmented reality will actually pinpoint where the nearest airport is if you need to land. And so that's in real time, and it's something that you can have right on your iPad.
That's great.
So flight training is using it, and one particular company is pioneering AR.
And again, it's less the teaching experience and more the reinforcement out in the world where AR can be useful.
Reinforcement or is it accessibility?
Both, I think.
That's the other piece, right? Can you really actually understand what you're seeing? People that are visually impaired will have an issue. You know what I mean by that?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's tough to fly a plane.
Oh, absolutely. But if you're in augmented reality, it's okay. Question on the conventional WebEx, Zoom, what have you.
By the way, augmented reality doesn't have to only be visual.
Right.
Well, or crazier stuff. People are experimenting. Saw a great presentation by some neuroscientists who were talking about the Umwelt, which is how you experience the world, right? You see certain frequencies of light, you hear certain wavelengths of sound, and so forth. You feel touches of a certain kind, or cold or hot. And, an electric eel sitting next to you, his Umwelt is completely different from yours, or a bat, listening to sonar. And And pretty much all mammals are wired that all of the sensory data is coming into the same place on the back of your head, that your brain is a general purpose computer making sense of these impulses from the nerves, from the different senses that you have. And so in the case of pilots, what they're playing with is putting on a pilot's back a patch with some electrodes that he or she knows the altitude as another sense. Or a soldier knows that there's somebody behind him or her, or somebody behind that thing. That not all data has to come through your five senses.
Echolocation.
Yes.
That's actually really cool. Are you going to cover conventional like WebEx, Zoom as a medium for a highly interactive type of?
I think Zoom is transformatively good. It is stunning to me, having done deep dives through all the others over the past decade, especially Adobe. When Zoom came out, it was just so much better than anything that had been done, and it continues to evolve. And now with breakout rooms, once they launched breakout rooms, it became a no-brainer. You can really very, very quickly get through the awkwardness of being apart, and you have discussions that are every bit as engaging in a classroom. So I'm a fan, and that's where I say, like, VR could take it the next level. We could even be in a place together, but you're already in a place where it's pretty good.
I bring it up because on the applied learning front, right? In our case, we're trying to connect the workforce, the workplace with Zoom, right? And so that kind of applied learning, virtual apprenticeship type of thing, right? You want to try to make it as real as possible. You want to try to make it as interactive and using technologies and platforms, the curriculums, and all of that's one thing. But it's really the context, the sharing of the context, the interaction between the experts and the students. That's what brings out the real reality. We're trying to get our heads around the different technologies and what you use for what purpose.
What I think you're going to see in the next couple of years, Zoom has released a whole bunch of APIs, and the ability to build off of Zoom features that are very specific to teaching and learning and very specific to a specific school or discipline, I think are going to start becoming more common. Things like call on the person who spoke the least, or things of that ilk. So data science is becoming part of everything for all X. It's X plus data science. In terms of formative data, online education is sort of surprising to me, especially in higher ed, how little research universities are doing research around online learning. But we are building vast troves of formative data, and eventually people can start connecting that data back to outcomes. But you're certainly looking at it in real time to try to figure out what's working and what isn't working, tying back assessment items to where it's taught. The evolution of a course is a lot more thoughtful than it is in most schools. The problem with it is potentially we're moving towards kind of a surveillance state in education that, if you think about it, is a little bit tricky. I mean, one of the nice things about higher ed is that you learn executive functioning by screwing up, right? That it's, sometimes you have 4 tests this week and you got to decide which ones you're going to study for and which ones you're not. And this assignment's due, and you can blow that one off and just hand it in late. That everybody's kind of navigating for themselves what they're going to do and not. As you actually have complete information about how each person's learning, there's a pressure on students to do everything, which is kind of a tough pressure. because professors continue not to sync up in terms of what they're assigning, and probably shouldn't, but B, because it's so obvious when you haven't looked at something and when you can't fake it nearly as effectively. And so there are people who believe that online programs actually are more stressful in a lot of ways than classroom programs, and at the same time less effective as a teaching instrument of critical reasoning and executive functioning. In terms of support systems, people keep talking about the LMS, and I put it to you that that the ecosystem of what makes a good learning environment is a lot of different technologies, starting with a new generation of really good learning content management systems, LCMSs, that you create content with, and a company that I really like called Ambi, which sits on top of, surrounds the LMS, kind of turns it into a database and just says, can we make something that is truly social as a learning environment without having to replace our whole LMS? I think you're going to see more and more that schools realize they can't differentiate by the quality of their learning environment, but we all need really good ones. And so the creation of kind of networks of schools using identical learning environments, I think you're going to see more of. The cost of teaching pretty much across higher ed is 20% of the spend per student. The teaching itself, paying professors to teach, as opposed to research, as opposed to support and so forth, is 20% of the cost of higher ed. It's the part that's been pretty much flat to inflation for decades. When people talk about using technology in education, they continue to talk about using fewer faculty members. And it's exactly the wrong answer. It's the 80% that we should be going after with tech, and it's the 80% that is growing and driving the cost of higher ed up. So I'm actually more interested in technologies that surround the teaching than the teaching itself being better. The existential threat to higher ed is not that we're not doing a good job teaching. For a lot of reasons, I will argue that we're doing okay and probably better than we ever did before. But the cost of higher ed is the problem and the reason that enrollment is down, I think, 7 years running now. In terms of AI, I think people believe that AI is going to be more helpful than it is. If you think about it, AI needs data. It needs big N's. We were just talking about at the table, you need to have 10 times as many, you need to have 10 times the number of actors as you have decisions to be made, branches that they could do, to start getting any real impact from AI. Most higher ed, it's smaller more than that. And so I'm not sure you're going to see the kind of impact that people think they might. On the other hand, natural language processing can have impact. What it really boils down to is you ask me a question and I answer it, and that's a human. And the next 10 people, they're going to ask the same question, but they're going to ask it subtly differently in ways that without natural language processing, it's hard to know that that was actually the same question and that we can just give back the same answer and not have to bring it back to me. So what you're starting to see are systems that are kind of expert systems that are really simple underneath the hood. It is a human's answering it the first time, and after that, if the question's asked in whatever form, the machine is answering it. And just going back to the professor and saying, is that right? and just being trained that way. So I think you'll see more impact from NLP in the next couple of years than you will from just generic AI. In terms of formative assessment, I mentioned there's all this data that we're creating. There are people who believe that formative assessment and summative assessment will merge, that we don't need evaluation at the end, the big test at the end, because we have all the data in the meantime. They're wrong. Summative assessment, evaluation of teachers, professors, students has to come with all sorts of security, because if there are any stakes at all, there will be all sorts of cheating. And as a result, summative assessment ends up being bulky and complex. Whereas formative assessment, it's just the detritus, it's just the collection of trails from everything we do, and it's very easy to collect and it's cheap. When you put them together, you make everything expensive. The gaming, back and forth, the cat and mouse game, when you try to put formative and summative assessment together, I think will be much more problem than it's worth. But somebody's got to screw.
Question.
Yes.
So, what forms of formative assessment do you like?
I like them all. Like, every time you click, every time you don't click, I learned something about you and I learned something about the material. I can see levels of engagement by the students in this material versus that material. What do people like to use? What are they using? I can see that you're tuned out on this, that you're tuned in on that you get it, that you're answering more quickly. Like, there's lots of stuff that I'm not even looking at, but I know it's the stuff that when you're teaching, you know intuitively. You know, but now you're putting some math behind it. And then on top of that, of course, any quizzes that we embed, you know, any assignments due, that's all formative assessment too. But literally every movement of your mouse is data, all of which is great. I'm just saying I can't give grades on that basis because it will change behaviors in ways that are predictably negative.
And what about applied learning? What about subjective views?
Authentic assessment is better than inauthentic assessment.
That's what you call it?
Yeah. One of the Silicon Valley tropes is that we are at the end of degrees, that we don't need degrees anymore, that those are going to go away. It flies in the face of all data, which suggests that the value of a degree continues to rise, that the gap between college-educated and non continues to go up. If you exclude the for-profits, it's going up by more, that the value of a graduate degree continues to rise over a BA. So I'm not compelled by that argument. At the same time, the rise of the boot camps is interesting, and they've kind of plateaued, but they're now an important part of the world. And if you think about where there has been penetration, the characteristics look like this. One, generally, they're for people who already have BAs. Right? So you've learned how to learn, and now there's a specific body of content you need to get. Very few boot camps are working at scale with people who are high school grads. And B, they're generally things with a third-party evaluation that's simple. So if it's Six Sigma, it might be some test that everybody's taking. If it's Python, you can tell if somebody knows programming within minutes of just talking with them. And if you don't figure it out, within minutes of them working, you'll discover that they don't actually know how to code. Faking an ability to code is like faking an ability to speak a foreign language. It's pretty transparent. So the problem is once you get into areas where it is more complex, you start having to put all of the trappings, all of the support systems, evaluation systems, and everything else that you have in degree programs, and you end up back right where you started. All that said, it's not binary. You will see the growth of traditional higher ed, I think. By the way, you'll see it with more students but in fewer schools. And consolidation's already starting to happen and will speed over the next couple of years. But you will also see boot camps of those types and life learning of those types continue to rise. Finally, last observation. Bill Gates said it most forcefully, but it's again a trope that you hear a lot in the Valley, that why do we need all these Econ 101 courses? Let's just get the best professor, the most compelling guy. He or she'll teach it, and then we're good, and everybody else can be a TA. And forgetting that that's difficult to do logistically, it's a terrible idea. And it's from the same people who gave us Common Core and all sorts of standards across K-12. One size fits all is exactly the opposite of everything Charlie was talking about. It is not about passion. It's not about mission. It is simply a grim march through material and skills, and curricula built by committee, with all the joy that entails. And I think if what we're trying to do is improve on the best of higher ed, that mentality is probably counterproductive. On the other hand, marketplaces, which are messy and which you've got to figure out what's the right school for you, what's the right curriculum for you, what's the right major, where everybody's kind of looking for the fit, is also hard and expensive. And because higher ed is so hard to measure, like what's good teaching, what's a good school, what's a good professor, like those are really tricky things. The things we can measure in the short term generally aren't provably connected to long-term outcomes. And when we really look at longitudinal data, we have an accurate picture of what's good, but unfortunately it's what's good 5 years ago in a world that's changing fast. So assessment is hard. And so bad players persist. And marketplaces in higher ed are tricky, and education in general are tricky because of the evaluation problem. So nothing's perfect. The answer is the focus on working together to determine what's good and to police ourselves and demand excellence is critically important if we're going to have marketplaces. A bad marketplace might be worse than one size fits all. So how we play that is going to be an important part of how the next decade happens. Finally, every university program knows its overlap list. You know who you compete with. You know who, when you compete, you get the student, and when you're going to lose a student. Harvard's on almost everybody's overlap list because a lot of times they're kind of aspirational peers, which is a phrase only heard in higher education. The fact is that most university programs have very few actual overlaps, very few schools that they compete dead on with that have a significant overlap in terms of their applicant pool. What that means is that most universities and most university programs can be your friend, right? If they're not a direct competitor, then they can be an ally. And if you think about the need for scale in tech, married to the need for small bore solutions that can invoke passion, it's through collaboration, it's actually through things like CIE that schools can work together to build things that have some heft and that benefit from the economies of scale of technology and the large enough ends to evoke things like AI, but at the same time allow them to differentiate from each other too. In other words, an example of that, on the one hand, is bespoke instructional design. This is your course that every single pixel, every single word was done by you. And on the other hand is courseware that you buy from Pearson, and again, you become a mixed school. And in the middle are just shared objects. You built this great animation, this great simulation, the cadaver, this great VR experience, and decided, I can share it with these schools. I don't want to share it with those schools because we're competitive. But to the degree we work together, we built a $250,000 simulation for one of our programs. Find 4 other business schools who want to use it, who aren't competitive with each other or with the original school, and it moves down to a $50,000 simulation, like that. Right? Just simple things, and the simulation itself is a neutral object. It's like a case study. How you teach it, how you evaluate me, that's you. So finding ways to collaborate is actually where I'm pretty focused and where I think there's a lot of joy. It gives us lower costs and it gives us better outcomes. And now a question for you guys is where's the learner? So you start using technology and students can be online together, but if you're in Paris and if you're in Hong Kong and you're in Chicago, what's the benefit of that? Right? People sort of think, level 1, people think of online higher ed and technology-laden higher ed as there's some guy sitting in his basement who has no community, no life, he's just studying. The reality is online learners are mostly adults. They have jobs, they have careers, they have families, they have a life, and education is fitting around that life. 90% of online learners are part-time, right? They're half-time at school because they're full-time at work. In that context, especially for CIE, how do we build online things that marry to the fact that you are in these countries, and what does that look like to you? And I'm just going to open it up. Of what's going on in pedagogy, how does it most help CIE?
We've been doing bilateral, experiential projects where they're working in teams on a problem in a particular country, but the team comes from global perspective, so they're getting that engagement with the different people from different countries without necessarily being immersed in that culture because it's not available to them.
So the class has different teams in different countries, and they're comparing notes. The team's working on stuff within its own country.
No, they're working in virtual teams, global teams. Yeah.
So if they're working with virtual teams, why is it good for me? If I'm on a virtual team working on a problem collectively, why is it good for me to be in Paris?
Well, you're bringing knowledge from your context that helps solve the problem that you may not necessarily, the other person in the other location won't necessarily have. And so, a lot of it in the innovation space, we've seen an idea that was in Germany, for example, utilized to solve a different problem in a different way in Australia. And so it brings that collective knowledge of the global perspective or things like that in crossing borders.
You're coming from different parts of the world which maybe solve similar problems differently. You're looking for that kind of diversity of thought to help you look at the problem differently. When I was training in Russia, it was great to see how a totally different culture tried to solve the same problem, but solved it differently. And what was their motivation? What was their, why did they optimize their vehicle this way? And what caused them to do that? A lot of it was the culture. You know, they didn't have the computers we had in Russia. They didn't have maybe certain resources. So different cultures bring whatever they have that is their resource to the table to look at the problem differently. So it adds a little more diversity.
So both of you are arguing that in an online course where students might be stationed in different countries, might be from different countries and be in other countries, that rather than see the students in any given country as a cohort, you would create the teams virtually, but have them reach into their communities to.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. I think it's something that we can explore together, figure out how to make distributed education more relevant that way. But yeah, really interesting ideas. But, yeah. Any questions, concerns? I know we're running a little bit behind schedule. So next up, we're going to talk about assessments, and hopefully we don't lose the projector because I see the projector's bulb is starting to shake a little bit. But thank you, John. That was really very compelling and interesting. Lots more, I think, to talk about. And later on, we'll have a panel conversation at the end, where I think all the conversations that we're having will weave into one talk. But without further ado, please.
Thank you. So I'm Diego Zapata Rivera. I'm going to be talking about assessment. So I follow the directions. I asked people in the area about current, future, and aspirational state of assessment. I got some feedback from people recognized in the area of assessments, also on people who answered the survey, and we had a really interesting conversation before this with Frank from IQ4. So I'm going to be talking about all these issues, and if you have any questions, please let me know. First, I'm going to, the talk is divided into parts. The first one is all these opinions and statements about current state, future state, trends, aspirational state. And the second part is an example of how some of these issues are addressed in a line of work that we call it caring assessments. So we will elaborate on how we have been looking at these issues with doing some research. At the end, I'm going to end up with challenges to this kind of vision and in general for the future, and some final thoughts. Before I start with the opinions, and I want to talk about the general considerations of assessment. So there are in many cases people have expectations from is not designed to play that particular role. For example, expecting that a summative assessment is going to provide immediate feedback for guiding learning the next thing to do, or having using a census mode, like asking everyone to take the test when the only information that's needed is aggregate level information for administrators to see how the education is going. So those kinds of situations create a difficult, expecting to get something from the wrong type of assessment makes it difficult to think about it. So, and that's something that is being mentioned during by all these people like knowing about assessment, knowing about important aspects of assessment, validity, reliability, fairness, and that plays a role. Even if it is a summative or a formative assessment, we want to make sure that the assessment is a valid assessment, that we can use it, is a fair assessment, and depending on the kinds of claims that we want to make, we have to make sure that we have the evidence that we need to be able to make those claims. So those claims are supported by the right kind of evidence, and so the assessment can be used in the way that it is expected to be used. So first, some ideas about, like, some of this is already happening, so it is under current practice, but we see summative assessments, formative assessments, comprehensive assessment systems, integrated assessment systems, where you have all these formative, interim assessments, final assessments, and different types of assessments that play different roles during the learning process. Item types, they have moved from just multiple choice questions to constructed response questions, simulations, scenario-based, performance-based scenarios. We are seeing now that different kinds of skills are being measured. It is now we measure the domain, but also the practices within that domain. 21st century skills that, like collaborative problem solving, negotiation, communication, those are now being measured by tests, and there are situations where, so the task allows for that kind of interaction with in environments where people can simulate doing science inquiry skills, things like that. Assessment of integrated tasks in, for example, in the area of English language learning, where people are placed in environments where they have to listen to something, to someone, answer questions, reply to what that person say, or the virtual a virtual avatar responds back, and having that kind of interaction going back and forth is in situations that are similar to real situations. That's happening. Assessments that now take into account process data in addition to response data. AI scoring engines, the idea of using machine learning to be able to create scoring engines, automated scoring engines, for example, for writing or for speech. And these are being developed and being used in different situations. Right now we have accessibility and accommodations for tests. It requires people to apply for these kinds of accommodations, and some systems implement those kind of supports to change the way that the item looks, the way it looks like, so we can guarantee, we can help people access the information without, and at the same time as we are measuring the construct, so we don't change the assessment, but we provide people with access to that assessment. Some frameworks where we have game-based assessments, conversation-based assessments, environments where we have interactions with virtual agents, and we can see now more improvements on reporting systems, dashboards. So that's for you just a general view of what is happening right now. Some of this is already happening. And now, talking about the feedback that I received, this is feedback from Randy Bennett on his paper from 2018. He mentions that the future is going to be, that the assessment is going to continue to be technology-based. We are going to measure new constructs. There will be rich underlying models based on cognition and learning for these assessments. We are going to be using more complex tasks. The assessment may be personalized. It is going to provide information to improve learning. Accounting for context. And context is something that has been mentioned by many of the people who answered this survey. And also here we have mentioned the idea of taking into account the context in which the assessment is taking place, learning is taking place, so we can provide support and we can provide information that's relevant. And at the end, I'm going to mention how the caring assessment approach takes care of that idea of context. Embedded assessments distributed across time. Automated scoring, what I mentioned before about automated engines using AI, machine learning. And new approaches to modeling and analysis and more effective reporting. So those are what's like the trends. And many of these are now being used in assessments such as NAEP, PISA, and all those now are technology based, and they provide, they measure problem solving, they measure other types of skills that couldn't be measured. They use simulations, for example. In terms of aspirational views, he sees the future as a more balanced approach, where the summative assessment can encourage good instruction. So if it is well aligned and it provides information, it can guide instructional practices to an extent. But also he mentions that it is important to keep in mind the fundamentals of assessment, that they will be still, there will remain. The social values that underline assessment will continue. We are going to be thinking about fairness, validity, reliability of the assessments. But he also, the paper is aimed at, the audience of the paper is the measurement community. He wants the measurement community to keep an eye open to what's coming next, what's new. And so there will be things that are happening in terms of changes in technology, and all that changes the way we do assessments. So it is, in his view, it is unlikely that the summative and the formative approaches will merge. And he cites the problems with privacy, with the quality of the formative assessments, among some of the reasons for what these may be two different things, but they may change. But some of the other researchers provide different approaches. Now, Bob Mislevy, he has a really interesting approach where he thinks, he mentions that the idea of measurement as a framework or as a toolkit is going to be important because it has been used in the large scale paradigm, but it is going to still play an important role, but it is going to take into account like the information that's coming from process data, for example. And he also mentions that it is important to notice that the approach, that the large-scale approach with non-contextualized tasks that could be interactive or could be adaptive, it is going to hit a ceiling, because it is trying to create an assessment that fits every student, without taking into account the curriculum or what they learn, their language background, the instructional history, and personal characteristics. All that may not be, it is going to be more difficult to keep improving in that aspect. But when you think about assessment in the future or what is coming, assessment that are closely related to learning, tailored to individuals, the time in the contexts, that is going to be more useful in the future. He sees the assessment as an argument structured, contextualized, evidentiary reasoning, and all the machinery for assessment to be used in the future. He also describes or mentions the idea of being able to think about approaches like Bayesian inference in addition to what's coming from data analytics or machine learning, and combine them to provide better insights on what people know or can do. And the trade-off between local usefulness and broader comparability. When you have a local assessment, formative, that can provide useful information in that particular context, it doesn't mean that that assessment can be used to compare students in different contexts or in different situations. So it's a trade-off, and that is part of the kind of analysis that people are thinking about in terms of formative, summative. Another view about assessment by Cindy DiMello. He replied to my message and he provided some information about the idea of using machine learned computational models for ill-defined constructs such as emotion and collaboration. And he's doing some interesting work on using eye movements, eye tracking, to be able to predict where someone understands a passage, or using from videos, assessing affect, attention, mind wandering, and also using speech and language processing for discourse analysis. So all these, he finds that is going to be more useful when you have lots of data and the theory is not really developed. So having all this data can provide useful information. And that information can be used to create interventions or to provide feedback. So in his view of the future of assessment, he mentions the idea of robust multimodal sensing in context. So having all these sensors providing evidence to create machine learned models, and to be able to support learning. That's his approach. Ryan Baker provided a simple sentence on he touches on many of these issues: performance-based tasks, assessments with richer assessment tasks, more assessment in the context of learning, and assessment of multiple constructs at once. So I think there is some common views on what the future of assessment is. Baha provided some interesting opinions about what he experiences at the university, and he mentions that there are some universities the assessment is not as objective as it should be. That there are some useful rubrics for final assessments, but it should be more objective. Students are asked to provide feedback, but sometimes students just check a couple of lines and they don't use that as discussion points. So in the future, he wants to create assessments that are more objective, that have much more depth and widespread applications of analytics. And he mentioned some interesting uses of analytics to see how people interact, the kinds of interactions, the kind of information that can be used to guide course, the content of the courses, or matching students' needs to the industry needs. So having that kind of information using all the data that's available right now. And Val Schut, she has a little bit of a different kind of view, but she agrees on the idea of technology-rich environments that are important, and that they should be interactive, promote pedagogical relevant information that's socially and emotionally meaningful in learning situations for students. And she thinks about this as a dynamic occasion that feels like the person is there in that situation, in that reality. And in these situations, people can experience different types of situations, explore in nonlinear environments, so we can measure different types of skills. She talks about personalized assessments with not just information about what is covered in 1 year of the curriculum, but it is in situations that are meaningful to students in general. And the idea of embedded assessments within these technology-rich environments that can be part of a game, and they can provide information so we can measure competencies in a continuous manner, adjust the difficulty level, provide feedback to learners. So in her view, the assessment of the future is going to be a continuous assessment, performance-based, with this kind, but you applying the principles of assessment design. So we want to make sure that the assessments are well designed. All what we are intended to measure, there are going to be situations that are going to provide that kind of evidence to measure those skills. And she talks about the blurring the line between summative and formative, and talking more about assessments that are informative to student learning. A future where high-stakes tests are no longer the dominant means, but just another way of assessment, and situations that are that capture the actual contexts where teaching is being done, and when people are learning based on cognitive and non-cognitive skills. So, as the three main components of her view are supporting the learning process and provide ongoing formative information from these environments, and also being responsive to how people learn, both generally and also developmentally. So as a summary of this part of all these ideas, I can find some common threads. For example, the idea of contexts, being able to create assessments that provide people with information about what people are doing, the context, the learning, where the learning is happening, knowing more about the student, knowing more about the school, the situation where they are learning. And some trade-offs in terms of the local usefulness and broader comparability, and that has to do with the idea of keeping separate summative, formative, or starting seeing some kind of continuous, and it depends on how you what kind of claims you need to make, what kind of evidence you need to collect to be able to support those claims. So it is important to think about that and always evaluate those assessments and make sure that they are providing you with information that is needed for that particular purpose. In terms of the types of assessments, performance-based in technology-rich environments, multiple constructs at once, and the idea of using process and response data when the process data is available, and also assessment that support the learning process. So with that, I'm going to talk about the idea of caring assessments, which is going to show an example of how those kinds of trends are happening in this particular context, how we are addressing these issues, how we think about adaptive assessments or interactive assessments, how we look at the context in this particular situation. So the idea with caring assessment, and caring comes from the notion of caring systems that come from the intelligent tutoring systems world and artificial intelligence in education. So the idea is that the assessment system is going to know more about the student, know more about the context of learning, the context of the student, so we can change the assessment or adapt the assessment in a way that we can create a better situation for people to demonstrate what they know or can do, and at the same time we can collect evidence of what improve the assessment. So keeping the psychometric properties of the assessment, but at the same time creating situations that are more enjoyable or motivating for students. So right now for assessments, yes.
So are you suggesting that the movement is toward taking the soft skills of an individual and relating that to the actual technical skills of an individual, the knowledge, skills, and abilities that they have?
The types of skills are going to be, yes, we will take into account cognitive, non-cognitive skills, and understanding the individual as a whole, rather than just the test taker that should be there, should know about, assuming that the test taker knows about X, Y, and Z when they take the test is not realistic. So there are so many things that happen around the student that we should know about, or at least the learning system should know about, to be able to create a situation that is more appropriate for assessing. And I'm going to show you some examples about that. So the idea of having assessment designed for particular purposes, using computer adaptive tests right now that are adapted based on the difficulty of the task. So the task difficulty may change, and the accommodations that are available right now, and assessments that are designed in order to remove all construct relevant variance. That's important, that's happening. But in this new approach, so we open the scope of the user, of the learner, and we call it the user model, and the learning context, to be able to have different levels of caring or adaptation or interaction. So one example is, imagine that someone doesn't have the opportunity to learn about something, and the test includes many questions about that particular topic. So having many questions about that particular topic that the student didn't even have the opportunity to learn is not a good use of the time. Knowing about what the person learned, and being able to offer options during the assessment or before the assessment, options like existing materials for them to learn, instead of taking a test about something that they don't really know. That may be one possible example. Another example is about the context. Like, if we know that the student is not motivated to take the test, asking the student to go through the whole test and getting evidence that is not going to reflect what the student knows or can do is not going to help us much. So the idea of providing the assessment could provide the student with information about why this test is important, or offer them other assessment options. Maybe this is not the way for you to demonstrate what you know, but there are so many other projects that you can work on, or some other situations where they can demonstrate what they know. Or take into account the actual motivation. If we can measure it, we can take it into account when we actually combine this evidence into calculating the scores. So we can say, okay, some level medium or low, but the level of motivation was low. That information may be useful for teachers to understand what the scores mean, what the information, what's exactly what happened here. So there has been research related to this in the past. For example, in a project aced by Schutt, Hansen, and Ammon in 2008, they tested a system where they provided simple and elaborated feedback, and they tested the same system with linear and adaptive sequencing of items. And they found out that students benefited from the feedback that they got, and the assessment was still a good assessment in terms of the psychometric properties of the assessment. So providing feedback, it wasn't a bad idea in that particular context. And in another example, immediate feedback was provided, and Atali and Powers let people make revisions. And they also found that the anxiety level of the students, of the test takers, went down. And the psychometric properties of this assessment were still high, were good. So that comes to now thinking about how we can implement these kinds of systems. We did some work on dialogue in assessments, and this is work that tries to measure skills and knowledge of individuals through interactions with them. Like, people type on the computer and they talk to a character. They are working on some kind of simulation, and the character replies to them, and they have short conversations at different points in time. Or they can speak to the computer, and the computer uses a speech engine to translate, to get the text and reply to the student. So the idea was that by providing the student with multiple opportunities to elaborate, we give them more chances to demonstrate what they know or can do. And also we can we can elicit more explanations about the decisions they made. For example, if they are working on a simulation and they are collecting data and they make a particular decision, they chose something or they collected some data, at that point, an agent or a virtual character can ask, why do you make that choice? And that kind of information is really useful for us to be able to assess explanations or different types of situations. So those kinds of assessments have been used, those conversations have been used in simulation, scenario-based, and game-based assessments. And some of the work that kind of project inspired includes the work on emotions in assessment. So with Blair Lehman, we have explored the types of emotions that people experience when working with assessments. And we ended up selecting a set of 9 emotions, and we are now exploring the intensity of those emotions and what to do when we find that someone is feeling bored at a level or they are happy or they are confused, and how the system should react to that. Should just the system leave it and continue, or for some people it may be important to give them some break or tell them please relax before we can continue, just to keep the situation a good situation for them to demonstrate what they know it can do. Another area of work is with Jesse Sparks on how to interact with virtual agents. We have tried different situations where the agents, the source of the question can change. So what type of questions they ask, what kind of information they provide, like if it's different, if the information comes from a scientist, a character that's playing the role of the scientist, versus a character that's a student, in which situations students respond with better explanations, and in which the kinds of questions, if the question is asking them, please compare these two observations, or do you agree with me and why? In those kinds of situations, we may get different type of evidence. So we are trying different conditions, and that's kind of that kind of work is still going on. So what are the challenges for this kind of vision? And we have mentioned that in the morning here. We have some issues with how do we get this information? How do we get information from teachers, parents, students to be able to create these adaptations? We don't have those communication channels yet. So we don't know what's going on in the family or the school. And so that's something that, what are people willing to share, in which situations we can do something about. How to improve these processes to be able to get the information we need to improve the student model. Who controls what type of information? So once we have the information, what kind of, how can we improve the security, or what kind of, how can we take care of of the levels of access, the security levels, verification, privacy concerns, all that needs to be, will play a role here. And in general challenges for these visions include the quality of the assessments, and especially those within technology-rich environments. There needs to be, people need to apply principles of the assessment design to be able to improve the quality of those assessments. Capturing and making sense of learning progressions. So if we want to assess learning progression, that's another area of work. We need to be able to capture all the data that's needed and be able to place that or use that to support the claims. The digital divide, for example, there are people who don't have access to computers, and in these kinds of situations, we may need computers to be able to adapt these systems. Privacy, security, ownership issues are still part of the picture. And finally, as a summary, the main points, it is important to know about the type of the assessment, the uses, so we think about what we are using, what kind of assessment we need to for the particular purpose. Again, the central role of context, working with richer models of cognition and learning, being able to use process and response data to improve assessment. The idea of providing feedback that's actionable, and it is evaluating how the target audience use those results, those assessment results. Adaptive embedded assessment across time, different in a continuous manner, for example. Providing adaptive feedback, all those are options for the future. And the idea of robust multimodal sensing in context, that's also going to play an important role. Any questions, comments?
Well, one of the things we were talking about earlier is what is the why do we do assessments? And I have a good friend. We actually had this conversation last night at dinner. She hates. She teaches in the same school I teach in. She hates assessments or writing exams and then grading them so much that it's going to stop her from teaching. She wants to drop out of teaching because it's so painful. But we all have to do this, right? This is like. Why do we do this, right? Why do we have to do these assessments? We have to provide credentials, and the credentials are our organization's reputation, essentially. So, that's why there's such an emphasis on trying to get, use assessments to give you a sense of whether somebody actually learned something, and they're not going to go out in the world and embarrass you. I mean, is that what we're trying to do? That's what it seems like. What assessments are about. So
I think that, yeah, in terms of the type of assessment that you're mentioning there, the idea of assessments that provide feedback about what's going to happen next for the learning purpose, maybe the task that people are providing, if it is an essay and there are automated engines that can provide some feedback in terms of the structure of the essay or grammatical issues, that could be done with technology, and it's being done right now, and that will reduce the load on the teachers to be able to grade those things.
Right.
But in terms of the claims that if the inference is about like the student knows how to write in this particular manner, or the student has a really high level on this particular type of writing, then you need additional evidence, and being able to be able to make that claim, the evidence that's needed, it may change. Humans may be the ones who have to judge some of these criteria, and that's I think it is part of what people were mentioning here, and what we are trying to say with the idea of caring assessments is that we have to we have to be careful about how we create the situation, so people can provide the evidence in a way that it is easier for the system, for them to it is a good experience, but also it is not going to impose like additional load on the work of the teachers.
And more importantly, it provides value to the student so that they get feedback to know where their gaps are, what they need, how to navigate the material, and so on and so forth.
So, question. Yeah. So here's an observation, and for the group. So this seems to be focused on the student, actually the student in a school. But if we look at this as the learner, and a lot of what we're doing is in the enterprise. So we're talking reskilling, upskilling, new skilling, whatever it may be. And the focus on the assessments in the enterprise, they're really struggling. I'm dealing with a company right now who's got 250,000 employees in 160 countries, right? They're extremely advanced in their ability. They're having a lot of difficulty figuring out what kind of assessment models do they use to retool their workforce for up and coming opportunities, whether it's AI or MLAI or any kind of data science or any other kind of projects. We all know a lot of statistics we've heard about things in the market where when you go to school for a job, by the time you graduate, that job is changed, right? So that reality is, and the acceleration of business and changing its skills requirements is massively, it's a massive undertaking. as much as where our learning systems in academia are, right now being changed, so is the enterprise. That's also a $600 billion business. And so to me, I think maybe we should think about these assessment models, which in the workforce, they're focused on competencies, they're focused on skills, they're focused on the ability to apply what you've learned to something. Because at the end of the day, you said it to begin, Diago, what's the purpose of the assessment? For business, they want to know you could do the job. That's the assessment of the purpose of the assessment. So how could we utilize this around that? That's personally what I'm focused, but I think Wall Street Journal just published an article, I think 4 weeks ago, that reskilling is probably one of the biggest issues that enterprise has today. Any hiring organization, they can't get their arms around it. So,
yeah, that's right. Yeah, just one comment about that. The idea of helping people acquire new skills and helping them, or in cases where they need to know what the path is to get to that level, and providing support. Assessment systems can provide people with support in terms of measuring skills in environments where they are going to be working on, like simulations where they are placed in situations that they are going to be performing in the future, and from there gathering feedback on what they need to improve on. So those and the idea of having a path to get there, that's an interesting one.
I was just sort of thinking about your comment, Alexander Wood, in academic affairs at CIE in Portland, Maine. In the international education context, and similar to the research that was summarized here, we're often thinking about the student as the learner, whose understanding, whose ability to apply knowledge and skills is what's being assessed. I think in the international education space, where there's a lot of room for innovation and piloting new methods, might be with different audiences. So not just the employees, the staff who are responsible for running these programs successfully to help promote this mutual understanding, but audiences such as our host families, for example. Both for our inbound and our outbound programs, we rely on host families extensively to provide a really important living and learning experience for our students. But it's not necessarily an audience. We have some degree of training, a lot of in-person training, but what this sort of sparked for me was how might we leverage technology in some of these, especially caring assessments. I love that idea of caring assessments, to think about those constituencies that we also serve.
That's right.
So thank you.
Thank you. That's good. Yeah, I think it is consistent with the idea of understanding who the audience is and how the assessment or the experience can provide that audience with information that's useful for them in terms of creating situations where they could practice having a person hosting a new person and find out where their approaches are in some kind of scenario-based situation where that's what they could do or not, future and needs for additional training. Thank you.
Thank you.
Assessment of why students maybe didn't spend that much time trying to learn a particular piece of the concept. And I think maybe that's where you have to somehow figure out what motivates that person. Who is that person's passion, and relate why that's important maybe to that passion. If there's some way of actually doing that, like why do I have to know partially? Why do I have
Yeah, making it relevant for them.
making it relevant to what really resonates with them? It could be any particular subject.
Yeah, that's right. In one of our studies, we tried the system without an initial information about, like, providing some kind of motivation for them to go through it. But there was another version that we created where the agents at the beginning, they provided that kind of information. And we also used that initial introduction to provide people with information about how the characters react, like so they can expect some kind of reactions and not other kinds of reactions, because there are some situations where the computer may not understand what's going on, and the computer says, sorry, I'm not ready to answer that particular question, things like that. So we can help with, clarify or make sure that people have the right expectations, but also if we can find more about who the student is and create the situation that's relevant for them, that's really important.
Okay. One comment on that? Yeah. Just real quick. So I heard this a few times. I've heard this a few times talked about, Charlie, your comment. One of the things we did is, when you're doing the team, right? So the students are getting together as a team, and all the things we talked about before, is roles. Because when you talk to the industry, they're hiring for a role to be filled, right? And at first what we did was we assigned the role based on the degree, based on the concentration, what we thought it would be, the roles of competencies and skills and all this good stuff. And then we said, you know what, let the students pick the role. So we'll describe what the role is, we'll describe all the competencies, and let them relate what they believe their skills are to the role. And the first thing that started happening was they started basically creating this passion. Oh, I am, in this case in cyber, I'm a cybersecurity information manager. I'm the cyber threat analyst. I'm the cyber human behavior analyst. And you're covering psychology majors, you're covering economic majors, you're covering comp sci. And what that showed, what happened was this trying to think of the name for it, but it manifested itself virally. The students just became, I'm authority in this now. I've got this kind of a thing. It's my path. I'm motivated.
They assume that identity.
Exactly. Assume that identity.
That's right. Yeah, that's good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to take a quick break and come back and continue a well-deserved break, by the way. Thank you.
It's really interesting that what we're doing now is we're reducing roles to what's the word for it? When you're looking at students when they're assessing the students. So we're trying to tap the skills and we're trying to tap the what's called tasks. Yeah. How you need to relay questions you want to ask about those skills. Yeah. And that is to assess when you're trying to recruit students. Yes. That's the survey is students. It's okay. What's that? It's 1,000. It's 10. Are the best of those skills that are typical. Blah, blah, blah. So we try to that information and so and you need the technology that allows you to system, right? Able to write it, build the scripts into the system like any other application. So we're finding companies that can separate the assessment engine from the courses and content where you can actually write your own content. Your task, I guess you follow right? Yeah. And I think that having that information that you have in there yes. You see why that becomes so important? You saw what I had there with the profile, right? Now what we want to do is next to those competencies, we want to write a question. So automatically, it can generate questions out to the assessment engine. And now, you just sit there and focus on the inventory, describing the inventory. You might need to be HR, you know what? Yeah, exactly. Well, we're trying to figure it out. Trying to automate it for ways.
Going. You guys.
Tomorrow, it's a head routine. Yeah. Tomorrow, overtime. Yeah. About 2 hours.
So can I dial in the?
Sure. Yeah. If it's, yeah. Right. Perfect. Yeah. Okay. It's between us, it's not top of the clean. It's two people who are over the line. And I wanted to align the first people. I don't know that. So the idea is that they bring it. Well, and then I think that I think we do have to talk about this. It's not just. Yes. Okay. So those are the two first. So how long do you? Just an hour. Just an hour. Yeah. In the meantime? Yeah. I mean, I'll be more happy to see it. Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if there's any other opportunities. What I can do is, if all goes well, we can continue working. Start discussing. Yeah, the overall plan. That's work together. Yeah. I'd like to probe a little bit on the technical side of things. Yeah. The folks that are racist. That's all. Yeah. Sounds good. I don't have the address for it. I think it's okay. We'll probably go here.
You guys, why don't you go back to Boston? Okay. Find some time nearby. Sounds good. Great. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, great.
Thank you.
guys can then go
Yeah, you want us to stand, please? I got all things full, just my children, because no, well, that was just because of their school, the K through 12 level, and then college. Just my son in overseas. No way! I did. I gave a talk in Germany at a conference. After that, for me, I had to take transport and go skiing. Then my friends. And then after that, I had to go to Copenhagen to see my son and his host family. And I'll still remember a really funny moment when the father and I were talking, and I said, I'm really grateful. They'll want to stay in your house, but I don't want to stay in your teenage son's kicked out of this room and sleeping on the sofa. I said, I can do that after. And he said, no. And I said, what do you do? I think so. There's no son who's sleeping on the sofa. What's our job? He said, well, you could go small. Only these number of points. This is the cut. This is the captain of the police. I suppose. Okay. So we're still friends. So I need you to let me know what your long story short, yeah, it was a supplementary.
So no edits?
I don't know.
Just kidding.
Yeah. Is that you?
No, that's not me. Let me see how. How do I actually run here?
If you go down here all the way to over one more. Let's see. Let me just check. So I think something else is already running. So let me get rid of that one.
Oh, it's probably Adobe.
Yeah. So we got to get rid of that one. It's locked. Why is that? So learn I'll just kill this one. And then if I hit play here, you should see it up there. Yep. All right. There you go. Yep. Good. So, all right, we're going to get started again. And I'm going to go round up one more time.
Peter, are we okay on time, or are we a little behind schedule?
We're a little bit behind schedule.
Okay.
I think at this point we're like 5 minutes, 7 minutes behind.
7 minutes behind. Well, then should I just get started? Yeah. And I'll try and go a little fast so we can catch up. And I'm going to do something. I'm going to do the same thing that Diego did. My topic is learning analytics that I've been working on for the last 10 years in different companies. Now I'm working in a learning analytics lab at my local university in Buenos Aires, and we're also doing some commercial ventures in the US. But my latest, as Peter mentioned,
it's a little low.
Oh, do you want me to speak up, or do you want to raise the volume?
I think it's good.
Okay. Is this better? Yeah, I can hear myself now. So I went ahead and looked at this, and one of the things I wanted to do was to sort of get up to speed on what is going on in the academic field of learning analytics. And I found a couple of convenient review articles from 2018. I also conducted some interviews with researchers in the field. We did some questionnaires. I looked at 60 plus recent publications in addition to the review articles. And the LAK, which is the Learning Analytics and Knowledge conference from 2018. I looked up all those presentations. There were 70 in total. So that's sort of what I used for data for looking at what is going on in the field up until now and sort of what the trends are. Wiberg et al. Looked at 252 papers, and they had 4 research questions that you can read here. The ethical use is sort of a new one. It's come online in the last couple of years with privacy issues and that kind of stuff. Their initial analysis isn't very uplifting. It seems like only 9% of the papers that they reviewed could report an improvement in outcomes for the students. 35%, they say, support learning and teaching. It's a little hard to see why that wouldn't improve outcome on some level. But that's what they reported. Only 6% is widely deployed and 18% is ethically used. They don't sum 100, you may have noticed. So there's 30% here that are not compliant with any of this. And it's also not clear what they were trying to do. And I would like to know that. If everyone else was looking for one of these, that would be bad, but if they were sort of evenly distributed, it wouldn't be so terrible. As I was doing this, I came across this report, which is a comparison to EdTech in general, and the money that is spent on EdTech technology and the outcomes that they get. And the reason I'm including this slide is that they also get to exactly 9% in terms of it's actually fulfilling the hopes and the aspirations of whoever bought it, and 81% is not. That's 81. This actually adds up to 100. Yeah, so 91% is not. So that's sort of budget that could have been better spent. Back to this one. This isn't so bad, but I would, as I said, I would have prefer to know what they were trying to do in the 30% of the papers that are not accounted for here. That would have been interesting. And they are ending their review article with this quote, which sort of, I think it shows sort of a trend in what is definitely a positive direction, where we're sort of shifting to a deeper understanding of what's going on in the field. And the other review article, Vieira, Parsons, and Bird, they sort of have, they do one significant critique, say lack of visual learning analytics tools, so lack of visualizations. And their complaint is that we use traditional visualization techniques such as bar plots and scatter plots very frequently. That's number 1 and 3 on this slide. And then number 4 is that there's a lack of studies that employ sophisticated visualization and engage deeply with educational theories. I sort of think that their critique could be summarized a little more, because I think that if you are looking at the relationship between 2 variables, that's a scatter plot. It is only when you add more dimensions to those variables that you need more sophisticated visualization techniques. And so, analyze more sophisticated variables, and you will have to
come up with more advanced visualizations. If you are reporting frequencies, then you can use a bar plot or a pie chart, and that's sort of about it. So, unless you are studying a structure that is a little more complex and advanced, you're not going to be able to visualize it, except you could add some random color or something like that, which isn't, doesn't really add anything to the visualization. So the third thing I did was review LAK 2018. This is sort of congruent with the first frequencies I showed you. About 10%, well, not about, exactly 10%, 7 out of 70 articles mentions at risk. So they are looking at, predicting student dropouts or some kind of outcome. And that's because the whole field is sort of changing. The unit of analysis is changing. They're getting more interested in supporting other goals with learning analytics, like supporting teaching and learning, providing feedback directly to students. And when I say the unit of analysis is changing, that's sort of in a couple of dimensions as well. People are looking at more macro stuff, like more curriculum, whole institution. They're looking outside of only digital learning, only online learning. And they are looking in now K through 12 and, adult education, whatever, sort of continuing education, sort of outside of the original concentration of the field. And you get more longitudinal studies going on, obviously, because now the field is about 10 years old. There is data to do that kind of analysis. So I've been collecting them for 10 years. So, in the interviews that I did with practitioners in the fields and researchers in the field, they sort of say that the field is mature academically, but the industry is still trying to catch up. There is a problem with adoption. Scalability and generalizations are not trivial. And as I said, the goals are shifting so that we want to use learning analytics to improve the educational experience beyond academic achievement. So, making the instructor's life easier, making the students having a better time. And one of the things that I asked was, have we solved then this identifying students at risk? And the answer I get is yes and no. So yes, because we know what statistical techniques to use, what kind of models, linear, logistic regression, random forest, we know how to do it. But we don't find a way to generalize across, all of education. And this is the same that at least two of the previous speakers have spoken about, that one size doesn't fit all. So context is very important. So if you are going to implement a learning analytics project in one institution, it's going to be very different from a different institution unless they are copies of each other. You need different approaches for different pedagogical approaches. And I'm going to show an example, what I call the nudge wars. That was in campus technology, I believe it is, which is not an academic journal, but they report academic journals. So there was National Bureau of Economics. They, did a large-scale study finding that nudging students, that is reminding them that they're actually studying when they fall below a certain threshold that you eke out with learning analytics, doesn't work at scale. That was their finding. And then Persistence Plus says, yes, it does. And they did their own study. And if you actually read the whole report, you will find this. And the problem here is validity. This study lacks validity because people have actually opted in So what we have found is that, if you like to be reminded of your deadlines, it actually works for you. But you could also opt out. So, it's a classic case of confounded variables. The people who found the correlation are also the people who are selling, nudging as a service. So if you are a cynical and twisted individual like me, you might think that had something to do with it. And then they also reported this. The effect was stronger for people of color and people over 25 years of age. And they don't provide any explanatory model for it. First of all, I think it's irrelevant because we've already established that the validity here is weak. And I sort of think what they're doing is paying lip service to equity or something like that. But it's sort of, out of the blue. And I've seen this in a couple of articles like this, which I think is unfortunate. So what are some of the trends? Well, first of all, we understand the advantages of learning analytics better now than we did 10 years ago. And we have access to more data, a lot more data. We also have better computers, so it's easier to ingest and analyze all of that data. There are some new areas where we're looking at social network analysis and linguistic analysis. And I'm personally particularly interested in linguistic analysis because I have some background in quantitative linguistics. And then we pay more attention to the connection between learning analytics and learning design, which I think is highly desirable. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. There are some more trends here. Trying to get this to an institutional level, taking learning analytics to emerging countries. There are some projects that are funded by the European Union. I'm trying to get funded from the European Union, not having much luck thus far. For my learning lab in Argentina, but they did fund a couple of projects in Peru, Ecuador, and Colombia, and the idea was to take some of the knowledge that had been generated in Europe and then try and pass it to Latin America. And there's more attention paid to privacy, ethics, and equity. As I said, more longitudinal studies, K through 12 are included. And we are sort of taking on the task of providing data literacy. And that has to do with adoption. For learning analytics to be adopted, we need to teach the users just enough about data science so they can actually ingest the results that we are providing. And I don't think that what is on the board now or what is on the display now is more. I think you should be able to do this after high school. And if not, maybe take a 1-hour course with someone to learn these basic skills, not to be able to do data science, but to be able to interpret it. Because there is some bias, and we had to do this a lot during my tenure at Blackboard. We had to dumb down the results so much for the clients, and I think also for the salespeople, that the results become useless. And one thing that happened, for example, is there's a cognitive bias regarding causal flow. We get the mandate from above, please find some data to show that students who use our software learn better. And then they sort of hang on to this idea of if there's a lot of clicks, there's a lot of dwell time, then the grades will automatically go up. And that's been debunked at least twice a year for 10 years in academic journals. But we still did it. We pulled in all the data, and the curve, of course, looks something like this, where if you don't log in at all, you're going to flunk. If you log in, there's a benefit to that and interacting with materials up to a cutoff point, after which it doesn't matter how long you work on these materials because you're not going to get it anyway. So sort of the causal flow in this case flips just at that cutoff point. Now, and if you were to do a regression line here, it would have negative slope. If you actually analyzed all this data, because the tail is so long on the right there, on the right for you, it's going to be a negative regression line. So if you absolutely need a linear model, okay, well then there's a negative correlation between the use of the software and the student outcomes. So don't publish that. And then there's and this is a recurring problem, the survival bias. Our first year dropouts rate are sky high. Help us fix it. Well, the students that drop out the first year are not back the second year. They stay out, and so the more interesting question is figuring out why or where they're going, et cetera, et cetera. But this is a bias that I've detected, and then there is. I was going to finish this slide. But I have another one. There is. I'm not sure if this is a cultural bias or a cognitive bias, but I feel it often. There is some. There's this idea that binge studying is negative, and you can easily detect this on an LMS, for example. You calculate entropy, statistical entropy, and then but if you look at the people who try to study this, they don't really find a strong causal link between the two. What they do find is that self-reporting, what people say they do, what students say they do, and what they actually do, has very low very low correlation. So their behavior and perception of their own behavior has low correlation. And this sort of tells me two things. Well, if you do self-reporting, the real procrastinators never fill out the form. They're never going to get around to it. So you have a problem with validity to start with. But on the positive side, the idea that the behavior that you can measure is different from what students are reporting, I think is interesting. And I think this is something that you can take and turn around and show to the student, to show the student how are you actually interacting with the system, because I think that could be a source for introspection on part of the student. And this would be somewhere, for example, where I'm not sure you could necessarily measure a direct impact on outcomes, but it probably would make a difference for the individual students. So some things are on the rise. Oh, time is good, yeah. The social network analysis is sort of coming in, and you can pick this out from a variety of data sources. We do it, or I've done it from discussion boards, just figuring out who's talking to whom, and then you figure out who the central actors in the system are. And linguistic analysis, as I mentioned, this is sort of a classic word cloud. In this case, I've used bigram analysis, so groups of 2 words, and you just do a frequency. Sort of one-dimensional, but it's still often used. Another visualization that I like better is this one. It's called a chatter plot, where you use both the horizontal and vertical axis and the size and color of the words to convey information. And in this case, I've done sentiment, classical sentiment analysis on the horizontal axis and frequency on the vertical axis, and then the size and color actually mean the same thing. But you can easily see how you could add more dimensions to a plot like this. And here, this is a business class, and I think they're doing a class from a business course, and I think they're doing a case study on Starbucks. And here it is time that is on the horizontal axis. And this becomes sort of a topic modeling exercise because you are clearly doing one topic a week, more or less in this case, and you can see how what is being talked about and what is being discussed is changing over time. And we did something similar with transcripts from lectures, actually, to see how the conversation is changing. And then there is multi-dimensional sentiment analysis, where you can actually look at more precise emotions, also take it out of the text. And this can give some insight. I'm thinking for a guidance counselor or something like that. Why a student is doing poorly. Well, maybe he's disgusted, maybe it's fear, sadness, whatever it is. You get a richer sense for what's going on. I personally find this very interesting because sentiment analysis has been very two-dimensional, and I think this is a step forward. Linguistic analysis is interesting, but some of the LMS standards, don't really accommodate it. For example, Caliper, they don't include the actual texts when they pass over data. So Caliper is a standard for passing LMS information between systems, and it doesn't actually include the text. And that's, I've actually published on this. That actually eliminates 85% of the available data for the LMS. And the closest thing you get to a linguistic measure is the post length. Yes. I didn't get a reason. So this is an example of another measure that you can extract from text, which is the Flesch-Kincaid reading ease score. And it's, this is real data. So as you can see, it's sort of almost normally distributed. And this has a very high correlation. If the course is all online, it actually has a high correlation to the final grade. We found as much as 3.3. And compared to the post length, you get like 0.005. They're both statistically significant, but the effect size for the post length is ridiculous compared to the actual linguistic analysis of the same post. And we calculated some other, you're better off doing word counts, so calculating the actual spaces between the word, type token ratio, the critical thinking coefficient, and finally the MSS, which is something we did this, the mean Scrabble score for each post is a better predictor than post length. The last one wasn't meant seriously, but we tried to drive home the point that we actually need the discussion post for our analysis. We were not successful in getting it, so we were stuck with post length, unfortunately. And then finally, not finally, but I guess I have 3 more left. One of the things that are on the rise is learning path analysis. And in this case, this is something I'm working on at my university, which is looking at the curriculum and the sequence in which courses were taken, and then comparing that to outcomes, and also correlating it to student evaluations. Were they happy, were they unhappy with the course? Did they feel that they learned something? And then, based on that, you can actually come up with an algorithm that makes a course recommendation for the student for the next semester. Again, maybe a tool to help a guidance counselor, or maybe something to show directly to the student. If, like in my case, I work at a public university, they don't have a guidance counselor. All the students are on their own. But you might expose something like this to the student to say, maybe these are some reasonable courses for next semester for you. And then finally here, the thing that something that I do in my face-to-face class, I teach an introductory statistics class. I have my students, and this actually runs on their cell phone. So I have my students evaluate me after every class, 0 to or 1 to 5 star on 4 questions, and then I have sort of a, what did you learn in this class in 3 words? It's essentially a pop quiz. And then, is there anything that you would like to review for next class? So I get this feedback after every class and can sort of adjust my teaching to make sure that I have everyone on board. So, this maybe it's not learning analytics, maybe this is teaching analytics, but I like the continuous feedback loop, and I'm trying to see if some of my colleagues at university will also sign up for this. And then we have the aspirations for the future. This is based in part on my opinion and on the people that I interviewed. We could be more rigorous. We could do a better job describing the impact and turn academic research into practice. So software tools, systems like the one I showed you, so that it doesn't stay in the academic realm, but can actually be used to improve whatever it is that it does improve. And one of so this is generalizability is a big thing. And here is where I sort of disagree with some of my colleagues in the field. I think it's very, very difficult to think that you're going to come up with the one-size-fits-all for learning analytics, because we're not coming up with it for anything else in education. There's a reason there are 5,000 universities in this country. So I think they all deserve their own approach. You may be able to come up with, I was going to say some template style projects, but I think it's very difficult to get to that overarching model that would work anywhere. And then I would like the industry to provide me with the useful data that I require to do my analysis. That would be my personal aspiration. And I have a reference list if anyone needs it. Can see me after class. Thank you. Questions? Yeah.
So do you have the microphone? Yeah. So what about feedback to the students, like real time? Is there value in providing students kind of an ongoing, analysis of where they are and what they're doing and how, and so that they can control it? So far, I mean, a lot of what we talk about in learning analytics is instructors or administrators looking at where the students are, but maybe kind of going in the other direction. Do you see any trends in that?
Yeah, I agree that would be great. I think student-facing analytics is a great idea. In fact, I would open everything up to everyone, but that is probably a much more radical idea than will fly at most institutions. But I think so, and I think there's a lot of potential, for students to do better and have better time, and potentially feel better, feel more secure about the choices they make in their academic or even before that in school, the choices they make by providing them with with this kind of information. The problem may be, and the reason that this is not widely done, is that it does create maybe some liability and a bit of responsibility, back to the institution, the institution that exposes this information to them. Like if I told, if the system tells a student, no, you really shouldn't take, you really should drop out, you're wasting your time here, as an artificial intelligence will do, with no, with no real heart, then maybe that's that may not be a good thing. So I think that's part of the problem. That's part of the reason this isn't done, frequently or certainly not widely.
Well, some of that, like, sorry.
Thank you. So in terms of feedback to the student, to your question, Peter, I would think being able to, if you maintain the database of how other students have done in this class or other classes, then the student could relate where they stand in terms of progress against other students of in similar situations. So that feedback, I think, might be helpful and yet not be competitive because it's been abstracted to classes or classes overall so they can see where they stand.
Yeah, I guess the question is, does the student have a right to know this? And if you feel that they do, then it's easy to say that we should give them this information. But it could also sort of backfire if I learn that I'm last in my class. Instead of staying on for another semester and actually, barely passing, I'm going to say no, this isn't going to work, and I'm going to go home. So I guess that's the risk. Go ahead.
Just following up on the LMS issue, that is the lack of data. Where are there potentially other sources that are given to linguistic analysis that you think are available now and potentially in the future?
Well, at my university, what I am getting access to is a database where they have student evaluations, and some of that is actually free text. And then so that's student data in linguistic form. And then you have stuff like course descriptions and if you want to do an analysis of the curriculum, you can take course descriptions and programs and schedules into account as well, and mine that with text analysis. But I think that the most interesting part is the student feedback, especially if it's done online, which it often is today. It's relatively easy to pull that out and analyze it.
Just have a comment about the sharing information using dashboards with students or other audiences, and the work on designing the dashboards and evaluating them with the actual audience to find out what kind of users they will or how they interpret information. So so it would be a design kind of approach where different types of representations can be provided to help people make decisions and not get them the wrong kind of information. Like if they see this kind of information, it doesn't mean this, it means that. Or that kind of approach. We do some of that with reporting systems, and I remember there is some people in Australia doing some work on evaluating dashboards with students.
Yeah. I mean, as I said, I'm in principle all for giving the students that information. I think you could even argue they own that information if it's being generated about them. But the problem is, it could backfire. So it's a delicate issue.
It certainly would be difficult for the instructor to deal with on a daily basis, probably.
That's true. That's also true, yes.
Well, thank you, Sasha. That was awesome. Okay, so we're going to keep going through. The next topic and next committee is on technology. And Sharif Saman, please. Yeah, we have to get you up here.
Is it on the same presentation? Is it part of the same?
No.
Oh.
It's in a different folder.
So I have to.
Yeah, no, me too. Which one are you? Technologies. Oh boy. I did this before. I am a Mac user also. Is that it?
Yep.
Okay. Get you. All right.
Okay. I might. Yeah, it's just easier. Okay, so being kind of the last presenter, myself and my colleague Herb, we kind of put this together. But being the last presenter usually presents one of two things: either everyone has already talked about everything, which is usually a blessing, or everyone is going to fall asleep. So we're going to try to make this as stimulating as possible. So I'm going to start with a story. True story. 2 years ago, as people, I live in central New Jersey, part of the Monmouth County Board of Education. I'm a member. So some of the folks on the board invited me because they know I work with technology in higher education at NYU. And they said, hey, we would like to come and show you some of the technologies we're implementing in the classrooms in some of our high schools. There are 5 high schools in that district. I went and they showed me where they have implemented some new innovative technologies in 5 of their classrooms as a pilot. So I was taken into one of their classrooms and they proceeded to show me a new smart board that they put up. It was actually very high tech. I hadn't seen anything like it. Very interactive, connected to the internet. You can draw on it, pause, cut and paste, move stuff with your hand, almost like a Surface kind of computer. And every student would have a laptop, and the laptop actually had a connection, the same connection to the smart board, so that the instructor and the students could interact. I said, this is spectacular. I'm like, it brought a tear to my eye, actually. And 3 months later, I was asked to come and invited to come and audit one of the classes, sit in and just observe and give them some feedback. So I walk in, this was an American history class, senior class. I walk in and the teacher, greets me, introduces me, etc. And then she proceeds to start the lesson by using the smart board as a whiteboard. And she was drawing on the smart board using markers, erasable, instead of actually using it as a smart board. I said, okay, maybe, I'm missing something. To make matters worse, she said, now we're going to show a video clip of something during the American Revolution. So I, looking at the smart board, because it's connected to the internet, let's download the video and watch it. No, she actually used an overhead projector and projected on the smart board. And since then, I decided there is something here that is broken. So after that, hopefully everyone was entertained by that. Unfortunately, it is a true story. So what we're going to look at, so a lot of the topics here have already been touched upon, but hopefully we can provide a little bit of a different perspective between myself and Herb. We're going to talk a little bit about the modern classroom. Hopefully no smart boards being used as whiteboards. Some of the tools
new equipment that can go in there, software, hardware, etc. A little bit about machine learning and artificial intelligence, which was also touched upon a little bit. Learning management systems. I know some of my colleagues here at the table are fans of learning management systems. Learning analytics, which of course that was covered very well. Ways of handling them. We'll talk a little bit more about infrastructure. And then Irv is an expert on privacy and security. And he'll jump in because you cannot really talk about a technology topic without touching upon privacy and security. So the modern classroom, but first let's take some statistics here. Online classes have definitely been on the increase. One of the things that I also do, I work with a lot of college young folks around, again, New Jersey and parts of New York as a coach and a mentor. And I actually, when I see statistics like that, I'm really impressed and happy. So I said, let me sit with I sat with about 20 graduate and undergraduate students, decided to interview them. I was originally going to send them a survey, but I figured it's probably better if I actually sit with them. And it was a combination of students that I've worked with for years since they were in high school, that some go to private institutions, some are in public institutions, some are even in community colleges. And I wanted to kind of get a feel from them of what has been their experience with online classes. And it was very interesting because a couple of them weren't even sure if their institution provided online classes. And I know for sure they did. They do. Which is a problem of a different sort. Some of the students said, mostly the graduate students, have taken online classes, from beginning to finish, which the entire class was online. And others have sort of been in a hybrid situation, where their instructor was kind of using part-time, actual classroom time, and some of the time was online classes. So some of those statistics, the feedback that I got back, was kind of a little bit like the teacher using the smartboard as a whiteboard. A lot of them actually felt, and again, since this is a technology topic, that the problem they had with whether it's any of the other technologies or online classes was not so much the tools, but the infrastructure in their institution. So a lot of them said, I stopped using some of the tools because my Wi-Fi in my dorm was constantly going down, for example. Or the app that was the user experience of the application was terrible. It took me more than a minute to find the enter key on a screen. So I stopped using it. One of the things they were telling me was that and then the feedback that I got back from them was, as you know, whether it's millennials or Generation X or Y or whatever the new ones are, Z, I don't know. They need a constant interactive method of learning. If you notice, why are they always on their phone? I mean, I know as a parent, I was always yelling at my daughters, can you please stop looking at for 5 minutes? Read a book. But actually what I realized is they are reading books. In fact, they're reading 3 times the number of books on their phone than they would if it was a paper book. Also, I realized that one of the ways they learn, someone talked earlier about gaming. They learn through games. They need that constant variety and interaction. They need to be immersed in the in their learning, as they're learning. One of the things that we kind of don't realize is that we could throw a lot of I'm going to talk about a few technologies, of course, but the thing is, my observation 30 plus years in higher education is that you can throw as much technology as you want in the classroom, in teaching, instruction, etc. But if the mindset isn't there, if we're not in tune with the way that this new students are thinking and they're learning, it's all going to fail. So that constant variety of the way they learn is very important. They need to have visual, they need to have audio, they need to have an interactive method. They need to have that whole combination of things. I'm very passionate about this subject. So just to change it up a little bit. So a little bit of history on instructional. I know some of this is a little small. A history on instructional technology, kind of taking you through a historical timeline here of the use of video, of cameras, radio, TV at different parts during the history, the last 100 or so years. Those things were being used already with the early methods of technology in the use of teaching and learning. In the late 1900s, the growth of the internet, etc. But I want to talk about where we are now, which is, the whole idea of cloud and how does that play into the whole learning technology. We all talk about cloud, and I'm sure Irv can tell us some interesting stories about that in his career. Everyone wants a cloud. And one of the things I would always, tell people is the cloud is not a place. It's a method of computing. It's not a place. It's not Amazon. It's not Azure. It's a method of computing. The beauty of the cloud and how we can use that in instructional technology is that the cloud really encompasses all the other technologies. It is a living thing in many ways. We all talk about, when are we going to get artificial intelligence and all this stuff, machine learning. It's already here. It's just understanding how do we utilize it. So the cloud really is an overarching method of computing that touches everything. So everything that we have, whether it's a phone, an iPad, a Watson computer, whatever, all make up this cloud. So you have all the information out there, and it becomes this living thing that touches everything. In fact, I was looking at some new cars recently, and even new cars are now connected to the cloud. So, which is where security topic is going to be very important, and how we regulate that is going to be very important. Last week, actually, I was invited to my old, haunting grounds in Greenwich Village by NYU to the main IBM Watson headquarters. And they were giving a little bit of a tour and a demo of what Watson is capable of. Hopefully all of you have heard about Watson. It played the Jeopardy game and beat some geniuses and did some other things. It's a computer. It was really one of the first forms of artificial intelligence. And they showed us the demo where Columbia University is using Watson, Columbus University Presbyterian, the hospital, is using Watson to actually diagnose rare diseases. And I was thinking, how does this play into learning? Well, it does. One of the things, the demo they showed us was doctors at Columbia University were using it where a patient would come in Watson would ask them about 5 or 6 questions. This was all happening in seconds. About this rare disease. These are diseases that most American doctors have not interacted with, maybe ever. And it would ask 5 or 6 questions, and within, I don't know, millisecond, it came back with, well, here are the 5 possibilities of what this disease could be. There's a 90% chance it's number 1, 60%, whatever. So it gave the top 5. Then it asked another 5 questions, and after those questions, it narrowed it down to 2. And then it provided the methods of treating those diseases. I was watching that and I was thinking, what are the possibilities of that? Of the ways that we can learn. So it doesn't replace the doctor, because obviously the doctor still, there's a lot of physical interaction that's required, but it definitely made the doctor's job much easier. So there are definitely many ways that could be used also in teaching students, whether it's in medicine, engineering, etc. Again, giving answers quickly, narrowing down complicated problems, etc. So the cloud is definitely one of those things that needs a deeper study. We could talk about that, like have an entire symposium on that one. So the modern physical and virtual classroom. So a couple of things, and we have a couple of videos. If we have time at the end, we'll play them. Surface computing. I don't know if any of you have, some of you I saw have the Microsoft Surface laptops. Surface computing is really, is something that's not new, by the way. It was introduced over 10 years ago. And unfortunately, I didn't see it really being heavily utilized in classrooms. But one of the beauties of surface computing is it allows, earlier we were talking about, project type learning, having students collaborating together. Surface computing allows that, makes it easier. It's a tool that allows many students to sit. Some of them are tabletop kind of surface computers, 50, 60-inch screens. They are very interactive, very motion sensitive. Basically, you can move things around, have several windows open at the same time, flip things around. Students can highlight certain things, share them with other students, etc. Again, a tool that isn't utilized too much, but actually has tremendous potential. I'm going to be skipping some slides because we talked about a lot of these. 3D printing. Almost every institution I went to, even some high schools, have 3D printers. Unfortunately, even at an institution that I won't mention that I worked at before, they have 4 huge 3D printers that do some amazing stuff very fast. And I walked into the lab where the 3D printers were, and I saw a lot of vases and things like that they created. And I'm like, this is a lot of money to print a vase for flowers. But actually, 3D printers are being utilized by students to go in and simulate things before they actually build them. So whether they're studying architecture or engineering or even medicine, someone gave me a demo at Columbia University where they were creating artificial joints in the human body using 3D printers, like artificial knees, etc. And they're functional. So 3D printing is another tool that I'm not sure how much it's being used. Again, every institution has 3D printers, but they're not really being utilized. They're usually utilized by a few people people in a back room somewhere, but they actually have tremendous potential in terms of students being able to simulate projects that they're working on instead of just having one-dimensional or two-dimensional drawing or blueprint. They can actually build them. So again, some of the benefits of 3D printing I kind of talked about. Again, you can create models, if you're doing organic chemistry, things like that. You can create 3D models of structures, molecular structures, etc. Another thing that, again, isn't being used much in the modern classroom is virtual and augmented reality. We talked a little bit about that earlier. But have any of you tried the 3D glasses? They're bulky. But they do. There is potential there as well. I did see when I was at IBM Watson. There are researchers working on contact lenses that do the same thing as those big bulky glasses. I wasn't sure exactly how those worked, how you could see and do 3D, but apparently it works with your nervous system, with your brain. So you can actually simulate and be in another country or on top of Mount Everest and experience that and explore it. Think about the potential of that in a classroom where you're studying the teacher that I talked about earlier that still doesn't know how to use the smartboard, could use virtual reality and take students in the middle of one of the battles of the Revolutionary War and experience that and be able to interact with some of the personalities, etc. Huge. Again, web conferencing, lots of potential there. I think it's underutilized or not utilized properly many times. I think I was talking to Irv earlier, who was talking about being able to teach a class. Have students in a physical class, students in another country, students on another campus, all learning the same topic through, and having one single instructor teaching 20, 30 kids in different parts of the world. So again, synchronous, there's some really high quality web conferencing options. We talked about some of these things earlier, like Zoom, etc., that are also could be utilized a lot more. I'm going to skip some of these. Okay, lecture capture. Again, that can really, early on, lecture capture was really a professor or a faculty member just recording a lecture and putting it out there. But actually there's a lot of new software that does a really good job with that and can edit things and actually integrate some of the lecture capture, some of the lecture in learning management systems. One of the things I'm going to mention briefly next is learning management systems. The problem with learning management systems, although they have a lot of potential, a lot of faculty members are not utilizing them fully. So a lot of times in my interaction with some of the college students that I talked about earlier, is they say that the learning management system is being used mostly for them to go and take a test, take their final or midterm, and that's it. Which you didn't need a learning management system for that. Or they'll go on a learning management system because there's a textbook, a digital textbook is there, and the professor will tell them go and read it there. Again, it's the learning, the purpose of learning management systems, and we could talk about the different, there's Blackboard, now Canvas is really the hotter one, Moodle, others, they come and go. And a lot of times it's training the faculty on how to use these to their full potential. Otherwise, students stop utilizing them. They don't need to go online to just take a test. Some of these have built-in kind of adaptive type of learning, where you can take a test and answer questions, and it'll, through analytics, it figures out, well, what should this next set of questions be, depending on your level. A lot of those aspects of it are not fully utilized, and it's something, again, it's training the faculty, training the instructors on how to utilize these things. Any questions so far? I'm just kind of rolling through it. Okay. Yeah, this is not an accessible slide because I can't even see. Okay. Machine learning. Never use blue with that black background. I will get fined for this. Okay. So learning and artificial intelligence. Again, some institutions are actually already using some of these things as sort of assistance to the instructor. One of the beauties of this, if it's used to its full potential again, is that you can have a 24/7 instructor that can help answer student questions, for example. If they're studying for a test, an exam, etc., and they start that at 1 in the morning. It's a way to provide additional help or provide additional resources. I saw some demos of some of these things, teaching assistants, and they work pretty well. A lot of times, the students aren't even aware they're talking to a machine. They actually thought they were talking to an actual person. So if they're programmed and coded properly, they actually work quite effectively. I don't know if Irv, you want to add something to this?
Thank you, Sharif. The only thing I would add with all of these technologies is how do you get participation, ease of use? So I've been in scenarios where I've deployed state-of-the-art classrooms, but there was no support from an instructional technology department to actually take, the pile of 30-year-old foils that a professor has used over and over again and make use of the Surface computers, make use of the advanced technologies that are out there. So the lessons that I've learned is that you have to have a business transformation plan to support adoption and participation in the technologies if you're going to be able to get meaningful data and analytics. My measure is not that the technology is actually working, but have we actually achieved the business objective to realize the ROI? I often say I'd love to scoop up 10 students at noon from the cafeteria and have them log in to their degree works or their success platform at any institution and see how many of them actually have their guided pathways defined with meaningful data in there. Early alert systems as well. So I think the general theme of all these advanced technologies is to be mindful of how do we make it easy to use and easy adoption for the from the technology perspective, so that you have broad-based participation by faculty and students.
Thank you, Irv. So learning analytics, I'm gonna kind of skip over, but what I would really like to talk about more with learning analytics. So what do you do with all this data? Where does it sit? Part of the problem is a lot of institutions have built out data warehouses. And the problem with data warehouses is that data is just sitting out there scattered. It's not in any particular format. So it's hard to really collect it and make any rational use of them. So this was a chart that I found that was kind of interesting in terms of, I mean, I'm not a data analyst, but it's something that kind of helps narrow down what kind of databases you could be using for the collection. One of the big pushes at a lot of institutions right now is, figuring out and coming up with a strategy for student success. Part of the student success initiative is doing a lot of data analytics to understand why are students dropping out, etc. I'm going to give a quick example of a meeting I was in about a year and a half ago. Has nothing to do with teaching, but it has to do with the way we try to figure out why are some students more successful, etc. But I can say NYU, that's where I was. Basically, the VP of Enrollment Services sat with me and she asked me, is there a way we could figure out why students are dropping out from the College of Arts and Science every year in like 20% dropout rate? They disappear. And I thought that was, I actually graduated from the College of Arts and Science at NYU. And I was, wow, that's a large percentage. So I went back and we dug through the data a little bit. This took months. And we came back, we had some folks that were really experts in building out databases and understanding them, etc. And we realized that, yes, they were dropping out, but they were actually, out of those 20%, 98% of them were just transferring to one of the other 15 schools. So they weren't actually dropping out of the university. But initially, it looked like NYU was losing 20% of their students every year, or after freshman year, but they were actually transferring to other schools, 15 schools. Very interesting things that can be done once the data is kind of put in a more relational kind of database type of scenario. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass the mic here to Herb. He's an expert, by the way. He's also the acting CISO at Salve Regina. So I'm going to have him talk about this topic.
Thank you, Sharif. Okay, so obviously this is not a discussion on cybersecurity, but no talk about technology in higher ed would be complete without at least a brief mention of some hot topics in that space, especially since this is October, so this is National Cybersecurity Month. And I would submit that any new tools that we devise for teaching and learning with technology needs to be mindful of the cybersecurity aspects. We have many regulatory compliance issues and just a duty to safeguard the data at our institution. So over time, things have changed dramatically, which have made things much more complex from a cybersecurity perspective. So the old compute model was folks hosted things themselves. The data was in your premises or premises. You were able to build a secure perimeter around it, and you would closely guard who could come in and access it and who couldn't. Whereas today, the data is distributed everywhere with the advent and adoption of broad-based cloud computing. So in higher ed, you tend to find a hodgepodge of solutions. It's very difficult for any institution to fully embrace the cloud or to remain fully locally hosted. So you have, the public clouds, the private clouds, the hybrid clouds. Many of these software vendors these days are trying to nudge the institutions to go to their cloud-based offerings. It's very lucrative for them. They get recurring revenue, and they also get control of the valuable asset of data. However, many institutions have thousands and thousands of customizations that they've developed over many years or if not decades, which makes it very difficult for them to fully embrace the cloud. So I suspect that this model of distributed data and hybrid cloud versus locally hosted environments is going to prevail for the long-term and foreseeable future. Now, what does that mean in terms of cybersecurity and the threat landscape? So there's been a dramatic increase in digitization across the board. We have mobile phone, there's growth in apps, growth in proliferation through the Internet of Things, devices that are on the public internet or private internet. All of this has resulted with the growth in the cloud, and outsourcing is a dramatic growth in cybersecurity threats in all industries as well as in higher education. So what are our biggest threats and what can we do about that? So social engineering is a term that's broadly applied to basically tricking our end users into giving up their credentials. So as we've gotten more sophisticated with our tools and methods in cybersecurity, the criminals have gone after phishing, for example, sending emails to try and get people to give up their credentials to get access to the valuable data. So with that knowledge, we now know statistically that the biggest risk we have in terms of social engineering is community awareness and outreach. So we as CISOs and cybersecurity professionals, we cannot secure the environments alone. This goes for the LMS systems, this goes for the ERP systems and the early alert systems and all the different technologies that are being applied to digital learning. 81% of breaches today are due to stolen credentials and passwords. And on average, for every 1,000 employees an institution has, you will receive 20 phishing emails that are bona fide cybersecurity threats. So with that said, what can we actually do about this? So I'll give you some real world examples. So right now, because we have Cybersecurity Month going, we have a community outreach program. So we use specialized tools that are very similar, if not equally or more sophisticated than what the cyber criminals would do. So we run our own phishing campaigns, and that has now been extended to the mobile phone. So schmishing, vishing, which is voice messages and text, they're trying to get someone to click on a link. So we do that ourselves to our entire community, both targeted and broad-based, and then we collect the statistics of who was tricked. We call them the clickers. And then we reach out to them from an educational perspective to see about making them more aware to change their behavior. So that's one of the tools that we have in our arsenal for that. Now, there's another set of tools out there that have emerged to fill the space of how do we get visibility to our data in distributed systems that are up in the cloud. So these sets of tools are called CASBs, or Cloud Access Security Brokers. So what the CASBs do is they give us visibility to Office 365, to Gmail, many ERP systems. The challenge is that there's no one CASB that can interface into all of the different distributed sets of data. So some of the tools themselves are now putting elements of CASB in there. So what does that look like? So here's an example of a CASB that I deployed to a Google environment. And it went out there and it found on the Google Drives that there are people in the admissions office of one institution. Nothing like that would ever happen here, of course. They were taking documents and scanning them in, and there were actual passport documents that were up, but inadvertently, because it's up in the cloud, instead of making it private or only accessible to a group of people, it was available to the public internet, to anyone on the internet. The CASB will scan your data repositories and give you visibility to that. You can also program them to take proactive action. So if it detects anything based on the rules that you've set up, it will restrict the privileges just to the person who posted it to, again, create more of a secure environment. Another example, spreadsheets that have credit card data, social security numbers, things of that nature, student grades perhaps. So having CASB visibility to these tools, including in the digital education space, will allow a CISO the ability to take proactive action to secure that data. It's not just prudent, but it's required by a variety of different regulations that we have the mechanisms to do so. And then the last note is penetration testing is always a good idea. So wherever these repositories of data are, including in the LMS systems, et cetera, it's reasonable and prudent to hire professional third-party ethical hackers You give them basically the same publicly available information that a cyber criminal would have, and they try to break into your environments. They give you a nice report about all the risks and vulnerabilities that you have, and then you could bake them into your operating process to harden your environment to make yourself more secure. Again, all the tools for digital learning should be mindful of this and be conducive for cybersecurity tools and to create a secure environment. Before we go to questions, just the other thing to add is identity management. So a lot of these tools today, the biggest defense that we have, knowing that social engineering and phishing is our biggest risk, is what we call two-factor or multi-factor authentication. So for those individuals, especially those that have access to the most sensitive data, we want them to get a text message with a code, some other means of authenticating. So in the event that their password and username was compromised, the cyber criminal can't just make use of that data alone to get in and access the information. And I think that's all the time we have, just to barely touch on the topic of cybersecurity. Anyone have any questions on that?
You just shook me up because my kids took pictures of their passports to keep it on their phone.
And they have Google Photos. So that means their passport images are on Google Photos.
Well, that's okay as long as they didn't share it with anyone. The challenge is when you put your data out to the world on the public internet, one misclick or misselection with the mouse, and now all of a sudden, instead of sharing it with you and your family, it's shared with the entire world.
Right. Uh-oh.
Anyone else? Any other questions? I'm barely scratching the surface.
Please stop talking.
Yeah, I continue to be amazed by some of the use cases I've found in higher education campus environments as a CISO. It's quite fascinating. Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Aaron. Thanks, Sherry. We're down to the final stretch, and we are going to do that little dance from. I know it's been a long road. And a lot has transpired over the last many hours now. Does anybody have any? I mean, here's a road map that we went through, right? The idea was that we're looking at ways that we can improve. What's the current state? What's the future state? What's the aspirational state? In terms of how we can use all of these elements to improve the way we teach and the way people learn, and especially online. And then selfishly for us at CIEE, we're looking at how do we transform our mission, which is to touch or affect more lives in a positive way, right? And this technology has a lot of potential to help us do that if we use it the right way. So there's a lot of challenges in terms of the pedagogy. What's the right pedagogy? How do we use that in terms of assessments? How do we understand or help learners navigate their terrain a bit better? And we didn't get a chance to talk to the folks in Finland who've done quite a bit in this area, which I think another time I think would be worth doing. But they've got some really kind of interesting models. I think particularly because Finland has been pushing the envelope on making or encouraging students to take control over their educational process. And I think that that's one of the things that we can get out of all these technologies is to provide more agency to students to help them become their own coach. And I said this to my kids when they were growing up, if you want people to tell you what to do for the rest of your life, you're always going to be in a position where you're not going to be happy. You got to be your own best coach. And I think that's the best way we could do that through education is by providing these tools, these technologies, data, analytics, helping them become their own best coach. So that's my last word, I guess. But thank you all for sticking it out. But now, if you have any questions from the group and from Charlie.
Yeah, Peter, one of the things I realized really quickly, and so did my friends in Finland, when we started looking at people using the platform with one of the programs I was running, was that there was a clear disconnect between what the students expected of the learning experience system, the learning management system, and what they were supposed to do. And there was a clear disconnect with the faculty who were teaching the old-fashioned way that put PDFs and PowerPoint slides up there, and we're thinking that satisfied the new experiential online learning engaged way of learning. And when the experts were trying to give this feedback back to the professors, they were very reluctant. They kept slamming the platform, but they did not invest the time to learn it, to understand how to teach differently. Sharif, it reminds me of the teacher that we have all this great technology. She didn't know what the hell she was doing, and it's crazy. And so you have to invest the time up front to get the professors, to get the faculty that understand it, to instruct them on how to use it, to make the content engaging, the learning platform engaging. The fact that if they have to go one extra click, the millennials and the Generation Z, they're out of there. They're not going to do it. And so we saw the same thing happen when we went to MIT and edX, where you have these brilliant people from AI, Anat Agarwal, these brilliant people designing this system that no one really likes to use. Their connection with the social media part of it for the collaboration was so cumbersome. You have different strat and generational users of the technology at Boeing or NASA that bail out and they get frustrated and they lose it. And so it really, you have to do a lot of upfront work to make the community happy and understand how to use it, is what I've learned from this. It isn't pretty.
Just to that end, I think part of the challenge is structural, in that faculty at most institutions aren't incentivized to focus on their teaching or focus on the quality of their teaching or improving their teaching. It's on research. That their tenure is typically based on their output as a researcher. And that is a intrinsic institutional obstacle to a lot of what we've been talking about today. And I think the challenge is to think outside of that box to the extent possible. I mean, early at our pedagogy table, we talked about just throwing out grades entirely. So we were, definitely thinking revolutionary. But I think that's the challenge, is that unless you have an educator who is personally motivated, the institutions in which they are situated make it difficult to find that pathway.
You're absolutely right. The tenure system is broken. It goes against collaboration between, so we preach with the NFS transdisciplinary, but the tenure system only rewards people that are down and in, getting more and more narrow, and experts in a smaller and smaller field. And so you have to change that tenure equation, that archaic educational system that's hundreds of years old. And you're absolutely right. But some of the best research and sharpest professors are terrible teachers. And one of the professors that was on this system basically said, well, Charlie, we don't have degrees in education. And I said, yeah, too bad, because they do in Finland, and you have to learn how to teach and be an instructor before you teach. And that's okay. But let's get the content we get out there taught by the best instructional designers and the best teachers, and then these other professors could use that and maybe flip the classroom and think of doing something different if they hate teaching so much, right? It's crazy.
Yeah, I think John, we were talking to him earlier, John Katzman, he said, this is hard. The easy way out is to do what you're doing today, which is slides and just one-way communication. So, which we did a little bit of today. I'm sorry, but we did have some interaction. I think that was my favorite part, was when we sat down and we talked and we came back with questions and different ideas. So yeah, I mean, it's we're not there yet. There's a lot of work to be done, but I think that there's a lot of potential for new ways of changing how we do things. And I have to tell you, having worked in academia for 10 years, I wasn't encouraged that we would change it there. I am encouraged that we can change it here. I can say that. So.
Yeah, one last quick one. With all the intersection of the amazing knowledge that was shared here today, Peter, thank you for organizing this. It's just been a feast. So I just want to say that first. And the people I've met here are remarkably stimulating. What's a good outcome in your view in the near term and the medium term for CIEE, having put together and pulled together these minds to share these ideas today?
Well, I'll answer it, and then I'll ask my peers and my boss to answer as well. But from my perspective, I think that we do have an opportunity to really treat education differently, particularly since we're so distributed around the world. So the combination of, let's say, amplifying the way we teach and focusing a topic, but delivering it worldwide. So we could actually have a multi-continent cohort working on material together, exchanging ideas, even moving from one city to another city to another city and staying in sync in your course. That's a unique opportunity. And then how we provide feedback to both the instructor and the learner about where they are and where they're going, not lose context as they move around. That's an amazing capability that I think we have uniquely the capability to deliver. So that was my,
You know, I would just say that, first of all, thank you all for the great input. I think there's a lot of, things that we can take away. I think as we think about in the future, we really have to be, and it was said earlier about being very student-centric and about the experience that we're giving students. And by the way, we all grew up in an era of computer use that's different than, Charlie, like you said, the millennials and the Gen Z, they have a completely different expectation. And so that's one of the things we're starting to look at. And as a matter of fact, one of the things we're batting around is even, maybe we should be starting when these people are 5 years old. And really, we're kind of thinking in the higher education space, but there's a lot to be said about starting at a much, much younger age. And so then, I think Alex was saying last night about, he had some doubts about virtual reality and how that might take off, but mixed reality is probably got some legs, and how we can bring different experiences. You think about how you could bring the world to a young person well before they could actually go out and physically experience it. And then when they're ready to go experience it, they're comfortable with it already. And it's not, I'm not sure about this. You heard Seamus say this morning, we're approaching about 10,000 passports that we've helped give away. Well, it's shocking in a lot of respects that you have to encourage people to go get a passport. Maybe if we start at an earlier age, that's the first thing they want to do as soon as they can do that. So anyway, I think a lot of good stuff here, and the analytics part too is really something we're working on, and I think it has a lot of connection, not just in the classroom and the learning experience, but how you even reach students in the first place. How do you get them engaged and interested? And we know that only 7% of college students go abroad. But if you ask high school kids, they almost all want to go abroad. So that's a huge barrier right there. What happens between when you leave high school and you start college? So again, I think technology can really play a big part in how that we can transform that. And that can only be positive. And, you know, like we said early this morning, humanizing international relations, bringing people together, that's what this is all about. And so leveraging technology, I think we're recognizing at CIE, we've kind of been, like a lot of players, we're reactive with our technology. And we actually need to take the technology and put it in the lead position and say, actually, that should probably be driving a lot of how we think about this and the things that we do and prioritize. So anyway, just a couple thoughts.
I'll just really quickly say that one of the things our CEO and President Jim Pello often says is that we're an organization that fills gaps, particularly when it comes to the study abroad or outbound context, that we help colleges and universities that may not be able to themselves offer students particular study abroad programming, that through us they can do that. So I'm often trying to sort of channel Jim and think about gaps. And one of the things I noted today is throughout the sessions, and I alluded to this in my comment earlier about host families, is a lot of the research and a lot of our conversations we're focusing on the student as the learner. And one thing that I've seen in research on study abroad learning outcomes is sort of this gap around how do we understand what our teachers or the professors or the faculty may think about this enterprise, and then how are they using these technologies to enhance learning, and then what are we doing as learning organization to help them become more motivated to use these tools. And then when you throw in the cross-cultural context, that's a whole nother ballgame. But it's not limited to instructors in sort of that narrow sense. It could be our employers for our internships, for example. How do we help them help our students increase their knowledge and skills and understanding? So all of these applications, from the learning analytics to the assessment, how do we keep in mind all of the stakeholders who are involved in helping students learn?
Thanks. I just want to say one last thing. Starting from, maybe 12 years ago, when I was a host parent for Norwegian students who came to stay in our home, and how that sparked that my children wanted to study abroad. My daughter went to Panama, my son went to Copenhagen, and then how it trickled into the host families that we met and the relationships we created. I just want to say and put it out there that the stakeholders broaden and become an order of magnitude more than we think of just the learner, just the student. I mean, just from my children alone, maybe 5, 10 people could have been impacted because of their study abroad. So the impact that CIEE has is far more than just that individual learner. It multiplies, and it's affected me. It's changed my life, just from being a family that participates in this idea. So thank you very much for changing the world and creating peace through international exchange.
Awesome. Thank you. I owe you. Oh. That's great. I think so. So, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, right. Just a quick one.
Sure.
Everybody's great. You guys have all been awesome. It's been my honor to sit here and really absorb a lot of learning. Keep in mind those that can't afford to travel abroad, to learn, to have access to opportunities. They just can't get it. They can't afford it. They're working 2 or 3 jobs in community and schools. I work a lot with the CUNY systems in New York City, a little bit different than NYU. My son did go to NYU, so I really see the difference, especially in the pocketbook. Sorry about that, you guys. But I believe technology can level the playing field. I believe that with Charlie, we learned that everybody has a great mind. you have to give them an opportunity to show how great their mind is and what they're capable of. So anything we work on, if we can try to do it in the lens of leveling that playing field and reaching to any student in the world, especially the underserved, you know, there's a ton of it, the veterans, enlisted, I mean, I can go on and on and on. I think that would be really great. So these efforts are awesome, and let's try to just make sure we keep in mind that those folks that are hard to touch and reach are most in need, and I bet you they'll surprise us. Last 2 seconds. Remember, Charlie, when that woman, I think this was high school kids, when we did this one project, I think it was the spacesuit for Mars. It was either that or we were at Stevens, remember? And we brought in a bunch of high school kids, worked with the college kids, and the one woman, black woman, Charlie was going after all the science schools, the MIT and all this stuff. And I went to Harlem, and I went to the Bronx, and I went to Brooklyn, and I was recruiting kids out of high school that would normally never get a chance to work with MIT students and NYU students, and especially some Queens guy that claims he's an astronaut. And so, I'm only kidding. Charlie and I go way back, so we can figure out. But she turned to me after this was done. And Charlie's right. Those kids that came from the tough neighborhoods, they have to survive the hood. That's leadership. Survival for them is a whole different ballgame. They led the teams. And the woman said to me, you know, Mr. Sister, you have to do this for every black kid, every kid that lives in these kind of neighborhoods in the country. My daughter would never, I had no idea she loved science. I had no idea she had a passion for being an astronaut. And because quite frankly, she get beat up in the schoolyard, right? So I just think that, you know, and that changed our lives. I mean, to us, we saw that motivated me. I'm like, we gotta get this thing out there. So anyway, not to make a big thing of it, but I think it's important when we leave here, keep in mind all those folks that are gonna be hard to reach, and we should reach them too.
You know, I might mention, Frank, in that regard, that about 5 years ago, there was a Generation Study Abroad challenge that was put out there. And I'm happy to report that we were one of the biggest responders to that. And as a matter of fact, we committed to, we were given about $2 million a year away in scholarships at the time, I believe it was. And we committed to $20 million over 5 years. And we not only met that, we exceeded it, and we're now giving $10 million a year away in scholarships. And that's not donor money, that's out of CIE's pocket. So so access is huge for us. I know Seamus mentioned that this morning, and that's a big focus for us, is to provide these opportunities to those that wouldn't get it otherwise. So, yeah. What's that? Yeah. That's our conference theme here in a couple of weeks in Brooklyn. If you haven't signed up, sign up now.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe we'll see you again. We'll do this one more time. I don't know when, but we'll figure it out.
Peter, could we get access to the content, like the slides, because I couldn't take notes that quick, and I know the presenters did a phenomenal job, and the chairs. Thank you for your time, and a lot of the resources you used, like the reports. I love reading stuff, so if you could put them on the teams, and somehow maybe create a drive so the other folks that weren't on our immediate team could have access to some of those papers, that would be great.
Well, thank you all.